Hey, good morning. It's Friday. I'm glad to see you here. what are we looking at right now? We're looking at DraftKings down here. They missed their earnings. Very disappointed in that. Tesla up here. Apple still near its all-time highs, and despite also still it's dropped a little bit down, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Will we hit all-time highs today? It's a $3 move. 220. Where's the Viacom at? Damn. So we were at the 27.15 mark for a little bit. That's what I was talking about yesterday. That's what I wanted us to open at. We still got 12 minutes here. Yeah, first things first, none of these things are recommendations. This is all for my educational entertainment purposes. So nothing should be construed as personal investment advice. Alright, you got it? Good. Let's go. As you know, the only recommendation that I do have for you is to like the video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps us out and helps get this information to those who are looking for it. Help out that YouTube algo. What do we have here? I really gotta work on my setup here. Tesla has 1661. That's fucking stupid. Oh my gosh, that shit is so high. NVIDIA 457. Target 134. Baba 253. Walmart 131. HD 281. DraftKings coming back up. We got what, 3 minutes and 36 seconds? 3:30 till open. 3:30 till open. Let's go. We're gonna have a good day today. We're going to have a great day today. But yeah. Where we at? 2 minutes and 35 seconds. The Robin Hood's looking better than yesterday. I'll tell you that much. Ooh, DraftKings. Look at that. Are they gonna miss earnings? Did have a crazy fucking day today? Cause DraftKings gang. Oh, nope, no. Oh, it's picking up steam, baby. It's picking up steam. DraftKings coming down. I spoke way too soon, maybe. We got a minute 20 till market open. Minute 20 till market open. Yeah, so right at market open here in about 37 seconds. I'm just gonna be on the Robin Hood mainly. Um, got some positions I'm gonna try to close out that expired today. I have 29. Well, I have 3 of the 29 strike price DraftKings puts. I also have 37 Viacom calls that expired today with a $29 strike price. So we'll see what this market gives us. Oh, that spread doesn't want it. That spread does not want it. Them DraftKings puts are up. Now they're down. Where did I get these from? I'll hold that. Ooh. Is that the spread? No, that's a spread on it. I hate these spreads in the morning, man. Let me tell you. Oh, DraftKings. DraftKings. Well. Oh, what are they doing? What are they doing? We got big candles coming down. I have no idea what is going on right now. What am I looking at? What? Damn. I'm about to sell off these Viacoms because they expired today. I'm selling them for 4 cents. I'm taking a loss of 11 cents per contract, and I have 37 contracts, so you can do the math. I lost like $600. But we did get some money back. Some of our money back. A whole lot of red. would you fuck up the spreads like that? That's stupid. I don't know how I just get the contracts that everyone wants to fuck with for some reason. How many of these contracts do I have? I got 15. Watch Johnson vaccine news from yesterday. We'll see how that plays out. It's picking up steam. What is going on here? I bought those for 15. Damn, all my contracts that I bought yesterday are cheaper today, even if the move was my way. But it happens. Damn, no one wants my DraftKings contracts? Rude. 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 1 spread. You know you want to get there. You know you want to get there. This spread is fucking trash. Walmart hit 132. On the video setting up for earnings. I had this in the video called it just got totally destroyed. It's worth 2 cents today. I'ma sell it. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's damn. That means there's probably no bids on it. Huh. Yeah, you only wanna. Oh, that's on QCall. Someone paid $5 for that. Y'all just give me. Just give me $20 for that, honestly. 13. Oh my gosh. That's ugly. Oh, the Robin Hood is in the red. The spread is slowly getting tighter on Viacom. Yo, when we opened, it was like 1 cent for the ask, and the bid was $1.58. Now the bid is at 6 cents. Or the bid's at 6 cents. Ask is at 32 cents. It's so shitty ass fucking spread, if you ask me. We're still not at that 27.50 15 mark I was talking about. We hit it pre-market, but where should we put it? Yeah. That's why I said last night in the watch list was that if we could get to the 27.15 and then hold it, we would be good. We hit 27.15. We did not hold it. It sucks. Top ticket right there. Damn. Apple selling all. Is it all text? Or? Yup. Huge sell-off happening now. Oh, spy. What the heck? It's like 50 cents in a minute. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Oh, dang, I am tired. What time did I go to bed last night? I went to bed at like 11, 11:30. Ugh, I need to do better. I also need to possibly drink some water. I'm parched. I'm thirsty. On a Friday. Oh, he's thirsty on a Friday. Maybe you should go get some water. I'm going to be right back. I'm gonna go get some water. I am thirsty. I'm healthy, hydrated, and ready to go. But it's bouncing back. We're going to see if this 136 mark. 336. That's what we're going to be looking at right now. Uber under 30. Ooh, that could get ugly for Uber. That's probably the lawsuit, things like that with Cali. We'll check Lyft as well. Yep, Uber and Lyft. Okay, spreads are getting closer on the Viacoms. It's 11 and 25 right now. Bid is 11, ask is 25, sitting at 18. I got these for 14. I have 15 contracts. Market value 270, bottom for 210. I'm up 60. But the thing is, if I sold out the ash right now, I'll be down 60. So I'll be at 150. That's the thing is, beggars can't be choosers. So I either have to wait for I'm probably going to just sell at the ass, so I have to wait for the ass to come up just so I can guarantee that I get filled on it and get all my contracts filled at the same price, because they expire next week. 31 strike price. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 contracts. Only 3 of them have value, and 1 of those is in profit. But the spread's a little wide. How's the long term doing? Long term took a hit because it's Apple. We know that. Got 22 shares in the long term. Yeah. Didn't take a big hit yet. Okay, I know it's delayed. So Morgan Stanley. Yeah, they still got Apple's price at $4.58 and down $41 then. Yeah, Apple lost $3 more. I lost another 60. Down 100 on that. Uber and Lyft trying to bounce right now. We'll see how that plays. Uber at 30. So I'm gonna go back down. Probably. It just isn't moving. If we get a pop, that will help a lot. Tesla climbing. Yeah, Uber in that 30 mark. $29.99. 30 flat. Alright, Apple trying to come back up now. I think I'm gonna keep Uber up here. So we'll keep Uber there. Change this out for Apple. What just sold? What? Oh. A very important zone for Uber right here. Oh, I should have held those. Those ones for today. Fuck. Those Viacoms for today, they're up to 21. I sold them at 5 or 4. Big candle. Is that a big candle? Could turn into one. It's trying. We want those all-time highs. How are the dailies almost worth more than mine? Why Why the 127 is worth more than the 27 is worth more than the 26. This whole option chain is just fucked up. Holy shit. The spreads went down to 2-21 on Viacom. What the fuck? The contracts above my Viacoms are 40%. All of them. And mine is down 30%. The one below me is up 800%. Only need a 14% move to break even. Or 14% gain, I should say. Which is 2 fucking cents on that contract. Oh, they hoeing me. They reeling hoeing me. Come on now. Those 29s are worth 24 now. Fuck. Ooh, I get calm. 215. I mean, not 215, but 2715. There we go. Catch some steam. Contracts still have not moved. Oh, door 29 now. Oh my gosh. Alright, we're now at 15. Those ones down to 80. Come on, Viacom. You got it. You got it. 27.25. Yeah, I really fucked up this play. I should have kept the dailies and sold the next week. The spread on the dailies is tight too. It's 26 and 29. So those Viacoms are at break even right now. Big candle from the SPY. We are getting a sell off here. We're going to see if we come down to the 336 down on the SPY right now. We're going to see if we bounce back up towards the 336.80. So we're getting the bounce right now from the SPY. Viacom. Come on. Those bids are now at 13 on the Viacoms. Ask are at 20. It looks like Viacom's gonna keep on pushing here past that 2740 mark. The spread is now 14 and 20 on those Viacoms. So the spreads are starting to slowly gain value. The ask is at 15, the bid is at 22. Those dailies that I had today that I sold out at 4 cents are at 32 cents right now. And now someone's fucking with the spread. They put the ask at 61, the bid is still at 15. The Robin Hood is back into the green thanks to those Viacoms. Viacom is still slowly climbing, or that's pretty quick for Viacom. But yeah. So the spread on those Viacoms are now 24 for the bid and 43 for the ask. So we're sitting at 34 right now. Viacom about to hit 28 right here. So 27.98. The dailies that I had are now at 51. Viacom 2805. We hit 28, baby. Let's go. So the spread on those Viacoms at the ask is 47, the bid is 34. So the contracts are sitting at 41 right now. Those daily contracts that I had are at 62 now. They're at $62. I sold off at 5. So I put in an order of selling 14 of those Viacoms. I try hitting a mark of 44. I'm gonna keep one of them and hold it till next week. Now they dropped down to 39. I'm gonna keep that order at 44. See if Viacom goes back up above 28. Um, we're looking for the 28.10 mark right now, I believe. I might just go down to the bid and take profits on most of them, and then keep 2 or 3. Let's see when we run up past this 28. So I just sold off 12 of those contracts for $35 each, or yeah, 35 cents each. So got back 428. Still have three contracts worth 111. My original investment off those three is $42. So we're up $69. Hey, for 2069. Nice. I'm a loser. I got some call options on Kroger. I got the 3750 call that expires on 8/28. I got 5 of them for 17 cents. So since I'm now in that Kroger play, and that's going up, I'm gonna sell out the rest of those Viacoms just to free up some cash. I'm gonna sell them. Let's see if they get filled at 39. Hello, how are you? Those Krogers are doing good. They're at 40. I got them for 17 about 5 minutes ago. I might just quick flip it and sell out now. So I just sold off the last three of those Viacoms for 35 cents each or 36 cents each or 37. It was 37, so I got 111 for that. So now I'm completely out of Viacom. Those Krogers are sitting at 27. Let's see if Kroger retraces back to this 36 up here and potentially past that. We are getting a slight sell-off from Apple here. So it's looking like I'm gonna have to hold those Krogers overnight. Possibly see what happens tomorrow. Maybe even hold them till expiration on the 28th. Cause I'm only $2 out of the money.
market cap. Let's bring in founder Alex Kruglov. Alex, you have dealt with the app stores for a long time, continue to. Which side of this do you come down on?
Well, I now am the little guy, and so I have to be careful with what I say, but I definitely like the idea of challenging both the Apple Store and in getting them to reduce the tax that they charge all of the developers. There are two potential issues here. Issue number one is that the tax is decided by Apple and Google and can be changed at any time, and there's nothing that developers can do because there's absolutely no other place we can go. There's no other way to get on the devices, and usually a person only has one device. And then secondly, kind of similar to Ticketmaster in the 90s, if you recall when Pearl Jam went against them, they control the entire ecosystem, including, by the way, the ability to advertise within their store to get your app downloaded. And so I love Apple's clean, well-lit ecosystem. I love what they've built. But if there is a bigger player who has leverage, who can help the rest of us run a more successful, better, more profitable businesses, I would be all for it.
I'm stuck a little bit, Alex, on how you started. You said, I now am the little guy and have to be careful what I say. Why you got to be careful? What might happen?
Oh, I could easily get kicked out of the App Store. There's a variety of small, difficult to understand clauses that are available. And just about anybody who's ever dealt with Apple or Google know that you can get yanked with some vague explanation, and then you just have to keep trying to see if you can get a human to speak to you to try to get back in the store.
So in my view, what's happening now, this latest round started with David Heinemeier Hansson, who's on vacation right now, and so might not weigh in.
3 months.
He announced this on Twitter. I think it was last week that he's gone on vacation. But he and the Basecamp crew came out with this Hey app, got into this tiff with Apple right before WWDC. They appeared to patch that up, but now you've got Epic Games, and this is an even bigger deal in my view because they don't need Apple. They've got a cross-platform game that works the same way across multiple, and they've got their own ecosystem and economy inside the game that rivals the power of Apple's App Store at its height. Where do you think this is going to end up?
Tim Sweeney is doing this very, very deliberately. There's no question about it. And he's been on you think it started with Hey, and it may have. But if you follow Tim on Twitter or just in general, you kind of know that he's been on this campaign for quite some time, since before they started their own ecosystem where they have a store where they let developers opt into their fee system where they charge 12% or charge on their own. He feels that that Fortnite is large enough and scaled enough and that Apple needs Fortnite more than Fortnite needs Apple, and Google for that matter. So he very intentionally wanted to get kicked out of the store. There's no other way to explain what they did, so that they could make this very public and so that they could have a lawsuit. And so where do I think this ends up? I think that given the scrutiny that Apple in particular is facing, and given the fact that Apple has been perceived as the good guy, and then on the other side with Google, given the monopolistic between Google and Facebook, they control essentially the entirety of the advertising ecosystem. I think that there's a very good chance that they will come back and reduce the fees and also opt into something firm as opposed to the sort of set of rules that are all over the place. I guess I'm an eternal optimist in hoping for that. But I do think that this is a pretty inexpensive way for both Apple and Google to basically say, listen, we heard you guys, we heard the developers, and we are going to do the right thing. That said, I'm saying this, I'm predicting this, but this is definitely not what they've done over the last decade.
Alex, that may be very optimistic. That's certainly not the tone that we're hearing from Apple right now. But I do want to flag some sound from Tim Sweeney because he was on our show not very long ago. Have a listen.
Apple has locked down and crippled the ecosystem by imposing, an absolute monopoly on this distribution of software, on monetization of software, and they're preventing entire categories of businesses and applications from being developed in their ecosystem. By virtue of excluding competitors from each aspect of their business that they're protecting.
Yeah, I think, now we did.
This is the CEO of Epic Games.
Okay, go ahead.
I think the Spotify example is a particularly strong one because Spotify has been the leader in subscription music for quite some time, and then Apple launched a competitor, and the competitor doesn't have to pay itself 30%, which is a massive tax associated with the monthly fee. So as a result, Apple is able to operate on a 30% higher gross margin than Spotify can, which is a massive, massive delta. To a lesser extent, Apple launched a video service which competes with Amazon and Hulu and Netflix. That ecosystem is a little bit different because they don't license the entirety of the music catalog. But in the case of Spotify, it's no pun intended, apples to apples. You're literally licensing the exact same song for the exact same fee, except you're keeping 30% more. Whereas in the case of Spotify, Apple takes 30% of all of Spotify's revenue. So there's no question that Tim is correct in his description. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm sure Apple has some way of defending their position, but it's becoming harder and harder to defend given how oligopolistic the combination of Apple and Google is when it comes to,
Alex,
mobile phones.
It may be harder to defend, but we know how important, especially here at CNBC, how critical the services revenue is for Apple at a time when, we're seeing saturation in the smartphone market. So I like your optimism. I don't want to crush it, but what makes you so optimistic that in this sort of David versus Goliath battle, Apple will back down here?
Well, there are two things. Thing one is the potential threat of government of regulation, and I think this is a tricky one, and Apple is most immune to it. Google, they could force Google to spin off YouTube and other services, or even Android. It's much harder to do with Apple, and Apple is going to be much harder to break up in any meaningful way than Google is. But Google might move first, and if Google changes its policy, all of a sudden there's significant pressure on Apple. Apple has a smaller install base, but a much larger revenue share. And the second one, which I think is more important to somebody like Tim Cook, who cares deeply about the perception of Apple in the ecosystem, is when the consumers revolt. Because up until very recently, this has been entirely a battle between people like the chief executives and chief technology officer of Hey.com and Apple, whereas now actual consumers, kids, 14-year-olds are going to say, what the hell, the Fortnite is no longer available in the App Store, and that pain will be not insignificant.
Right. What Epic Games has done here is really, I think, unique in that they've put the consumer right in the middle. John and I had this conversation not long ago on Fort Knox, and I said it doesn't matter because to the consumer, the App Store works great. I might also argue, just as you said, that there's a huge amount of users that are going to be upset about Fortnite not being able to update or download the app through the App Store. What about WeChat over in China, right? That is a whole country that could soon not have access to.
All right, so those Krogers are up 30%. I think I'm just going to flip them out right now.
Government regulations in the U.S. that's coming in a way that would have been much more difficult to model. The Apple's position in China is much more tenuous than Apple's position in the U.S. when it comes to market share. Most people are not going to switch their device just because their favorite app isn't available. In the case of WeChat, that is a requirement for every consumer in China. It's how you pay for things. It's how you get in touch with your family and friends. And so if there is no WeChat, you're not going to get the device. Plus, there are meaningful and significant alternatives to Apple when it comes to premium phones in China. So, but the reason I'm saying it's complicated is because there's Tencent, but then there's also the U.S. government and the Chinese government. And I think that the number one party that Apple will listen to, it pains me to say, in China is going to be the Chinese government, because without them, there's simply not a way to operate.
Yeah, that's the only party that you really get to listen to in China, arguably. Well, Alex, I might want to sum it up this way. I think the argument from Apple and probably from Google Play is something like, we created these app stores, the ecosystems, made them safe, made them easy. If you want to play here, pay us the fee. But a fundamental question is, should there be a right, a consumer and third-party right to retail choice on these computing platforms? Should there be an absolute right to have a secondary or tertiary app store if you don't want to play by Apple's rules? Should Google, should Amazon be able to create an app store that installs native apps on Apple devices?
Well, so the argument against a secondary or tertiary app store is around security. And I think Apple has some real credibility in making that argument because they have done a phenomenal job of creating a review process that essentially makes it very difficult for third-party apps to steal your data and to do a variety of bad things that you have on your PC, right? And it took Microsoft a very long time to get there, whereas the iPhone and the iPad, for the most part, has avoided those kinds of negative app developer behaviors, which sometimes are accidental and sometimes are intentional. That said, the concept of the App Store or the concept of a native app is an entirely invented concept that Apple decided to invent as a way of essentially creating this walled garden ecosystem, and then Android decided to copy it.
Well, I might argue that they didn't actually intend to create it. Steve Jobs wanted web apps, didn't even want to create an app store, and developers pushed him into doing it.
Well, but if you recall that back in the day when they first launched the iPhone, they did have apps. It's just that all the apps were built by Apple. If you recall, the Google Maps app was built by Apple back in those days. But you're absolutely right, because Apple at the time advantaged their own apps aggressively more than the web app ecosystem, which was very poor. Like in the original demo, they loaded up the New York Times page, and the video wouldn't play because it was in Flash at the time. So there is absolutely a way of creating, and Google has talked about it, like, for example, a Chrome-based app ecosystem where you kind of have a lightweight environment that operates entirely off of Chrome. I'm a little bit on Apple's side, candidly, when it comes to this. I prefer for there to be a clean, well-lit garden, and developers like myself who work really hard to make really well-designed, really well-lit apps for both Google and for Apple would prefer it if there was a good environment where we've been sort of validated.
Because security is important too. I hear that. Alex, thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, you may remember them as the vaccine maker President Trump allegedly tried to poach from Germany. Now set to go public today at the NASDAQ. The CEO joins us on the other side of the break, so do stay with us.
I think they were talking about Harmony. That new IPO, Harmony Biosciences, maybe? I'm trying to look into it now.
Curevac is set to go public on the NASDAQ today, backed by the likes of Bill Gates. The company is one of Germany's leading candidates to develop a vaccine for COVID-19. CEO Franz Haas joins us now ahead of the open of trading for the company. Congrats on your initial public offering, Mr. Haas. Nice to have you this morning. You know, we're mentioning COVID-19 in terms of your development of a vaccine, but you've been focused as well on solid tumors, on a vaccine for rabies. Why even bother with COVID, given Moderna, which also employs mRNA technologies, ahead of you, as are so many other companies? Why not focus on what you've been focused on?
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for having me. The focus is clearly to make the best out of the mRNA technology. We are around in the mRNA technology now for 20 years, founded in 2000. And this is a unique opportunity for us to make a difference, to show that this technology platform is able to transform really the medicine, quick and fast development of a vaccine, which is safe, tolerable, and then efficacious, which secures. And that's exactly what RNA is all about.
Right. Although we should point out, and this has come up with Moderna, to date, no product that utilizes mRNA as a therapeutic or prophylactic vaccine has been approved in the United States or Europe. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. But this is what innovation does. It starts somewhere, and then the first product will soon come. And we are planning to have our product in the market in the mid of next year. That's pretty fast, and we can produce it.
Yeah, tell me about manufacturing, because that obviously figures very prominently into all company strategies. What are you doing in terms of manufacturing? What advances, if any, do you bring to the market?
Well, we have started with the manufacturing of mRNA on a GMP grade already 2006, because we wanted to start a clinical trial at the time, and there was no GMP manufacturing available. So this is what we are doing. And 2 years ago, we started with an industrial scale facility. Nobody has been thinking about that this pandemic outbreak would be triggering such a request of such supply. So therefore, we know exactly how to produce it and also to broadly produce it. And then together with our vaccine, where we have got only a very low dose as a single-digit microgram, which is one microgram is 1/1,000,000th part of a gram. And this translates into manufacturing. This provides already quite a few doses.
The German government owns a significant stake in your company. Does that obligate you, if you are successful in terms of developing a vaccine for the virus, in providing it only to
ticker symbol
Germans?
CVAC. I could find it on Robinhood,
not at
not
all.
on.
So this investment is really an equity investment like any other investor.
I don't believe
as
it's
well.
IPO to the public
saying,
yet.
well, this is technology out of Germany, but for the entire world. But it's just an equity investment, and to develop the company rather than just a COVID vaccine.
And finally, what are you going to do with the money? This is not being sold secondarily, right? You are raising the money directly as well. What are you going to do with it?
Well, it's already dedicated. As you said in the beginning, we are working in the prophylactic vaccine field on COVID vaccine, on a rabies vaccine, which is in the clinics as well, and in oncology, intratumoral, tumor-associated antigens, and then in the molecular therapeutic field as well. And then a part of this also upscaling our manufacturing. So this keeps us busy and also requires quite a lot of investment.
Mr. Haas, congrats again on the initial public offering. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, you can add DoorDash to the list of companies being asked to reclassify their delivery workers as employees. The San Francisco district attorney behind that joins us in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
So I have CVAC just up here because it is IPOing today. I'm gonna see if I can get in it at a good price if there's not too much premium. If they try to mark it up 50%, I'm not gonna get in. And if they try to mark it up 20%, probably not gonna get in. But we'll see what happens. If I could get in under 20, that's what I think I like. Under 20 on CVAC. Should be at 16 is the initial. But we shall see. Yeah, so we're just waiting for Curevac to IPO. Supposed to be at 16. We'll see what premium it gets on it. If I could get in under 20, I'm gonna try my best to. If it's under 20, I'm probably gonna get 30, maybe 40 shares. If I can still get in the 16 range, I might even get 50 shares. But it's just waiting. We have to be patient. And so if you look back at the week on Boeing, you can tell that this 177 through 180 is very important for Boeing. If it can break through this area, it should be a very bullish shine. But yeah, we're right at that critical level on Boeing right now. We like Boeing in the 80s, the 180s. Hiya. How you doing? We just relaxing here, you know, waiting for this Curevac to IPO. See what price we can get in at. He's trying to stay patient. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hope you're doing lovely. Those Krogers are holding up still. Those, we have August 28th, 3750 calls. I got them for 17 cents. They're at 16 cents right now, though. I have 5 of them, so I'm down $5. But, at the highest point, they were at 38. Kroger's coming down. Looks like it could potentially hold. Sorry about that. Yeah. So I got in like right here at 17. Rolled this up. That's when we got to like the 38 or whatever. But even down, coming back down to here, the contracts are still at 16. So I like that. Yeah, just probably going to hold them till Monday. See if we get a gap up or something on Monday, because they did have news come out. It was so they were Kroger Health launches employer-focused COVID testing program, centered on Kroger's Health FDA authorized COVID-19 testing home collection kits. So COVID news. I'm just really waiting for the CVAC IPO. I'll put something else up, and then once it does IPO, and I see it on the Robinhood, I'll put it on here. We'll put the chart up. Ew. Amazon's down today. They sold off pretty fast in the morning. I remember watching that right here. That was pretty crazy. I'm gonna check the long-term account right now, because Apple moved a little bit up, but I'm still probably down on the day. Yeah, I'm down on the long term, down $98 from our shares of Apple. We got 22 shares in the long term, in the IRA, in the IRA. What price was that? Those they were at 55. What price are they at now? It's a little delayed. Yeah, they're at 55 still. So yeah, down 98 on our shares of Apple in the long term, which is almost 1% down. We're at negative 0.96% for today on the long term. I just want this Curevac to IPO already. DCT, new IPO. Don't know anything about them. Oh, 1 second. Duck Creek Technologies. They got 15 million shares. That's a lot of shares. $27 was what they were thinking the IPO at. What are they? Yeah, they jacked up the premium on that. I'm staying away from that. Yeah. 55% premium? Eat a dick. You're at 41 and they're at 27. Nah. That's so fucking foul. And there's 15 million shares. What's the volume on it? I can't even. Yeah, 4.9. Nah. I do not like DCT right now. Just got way too much on the price. Nah, dog. Not for me. I'll wait for Curevac. But that's the thing. That's what I was saying. Is like if with Curevac, if they do the same thing where they did with DCT, where DCT was supposed to be $27, they're selling it for 42 right off the bat. Like, I just saw that you bought it for $27. Why would I buy it for 42 a minute later? It's highway robbery. Yeah, up 53.59%. That's a $14 move before anyone could touch it. First candle of volume was 3 million. I'll keep an eye on it though. DCT. Highway robbery. I pray they don't do that with Curevac. Alright, I'm gonna go get some water real quick. We'll be back in a hot minute. I'm gonna stretch a little bit. I should just suggest you do the same. I'll be right back. Alright, I'll miss you. Will you miss me too? Hiya. Did you miss me? That was a long time. Yeah, I do not like this DCT right now. Just give me Curevac. Oh. That volume going down. They wasn't ready. There was too much premium. Too much premium. Why they gotta do it? Yo, I am cold. I just got the chills. I got goosebumps. Ooh. Ooh. Alright, I'm sorry. Weeded them out. Oh, those Kroger's losing value. They're at 14. Come on, Curevac. What's the volume on DCT now? Yeah, volume's at 4.29. Watch that 458 mark on Apple right now. 458. Still waiting on that Curevac. Alright, sorry about that. I am back. So yeah, waiting for Curevac. DCT, still not looking too hot. Apple looks like it's selling off now. A little, oh, excuse me, not too much though. Where's Viacom at? Viacom moved like crazy today. That is not a normal. That's not normal for them. There's like their earnings. It pretty much just redid their earnings. That's fucking crazy. 5% move in a day. Shit. Yeah, I just want that like Curevac though. Can anyone get a time on that? So it looks like there's gonna be 13.3 million shares. Yeah, I don't know what time they're gonna IPO. I wish I did. I really do, but I guess that's part of the point. If you knew, everyone would do it. Everyone would do it. Oh, there we go. Is that it? Yeah. Oh, fuck them. 20 fucking 8. 175%? What the fuck? Do y'all see that shit? Whoa. Whoa. They're up 150%. Holy shit. They were IPOing at 16. Fuck that. Wasting my fucking time waiting for it. I'm mad now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stay away from CVAC. I'm staying away now. There's way too much fucking premium on that. Holy shit. Yeah, they just David, they just IPO this bottom right. Yeah, so they're out now. They're at $39 a share, but the initial offering was $16 a share. It's just the market makers running it up. That's totally ridiculous. Oh my gosh, that's disgusting. I know it was worth $16 before you had it in your hands. You fucking dick. I'm sorry. I am mad at that. I thought I was going to get a good IPO today. And that's what they fucking gave us? They gave us two. One's a 50% markup. This one's 142% premium. Holy. What? What? Oh my gosh. And that's the thing. I don't even want to get one share of Curevac, because, like, what happens if it drops down to that below the $16 range? It was like, ugh. Oh. Fucking rude. Right? At 11:30, they said it was up to 45. Yeah. That's fucking stupid. What's the... I'm gonna check the volume on it. But I'm definitely not gonna be investing in them today. Yeah, I'm staying away from that. Yeah, they don't even have any volume showing on the Robinhood. The volume 2.6 million with 13 million shares. Nah. That's not for me. That is not for me. I do not got money to lose like that. Or to risk, I should say. Oh. Yeah, but we'll keep an eye on those throughout the day. I doubt they're gonna do anything. I mean, Curevac potentially could, because it's a biotech. That's the only thing, is like these biotechs have been going crazy, like Myrna, INO, DSGM, whatever. They, I'll get one share. I'll get one share. Final answer. I'm gonna do it on the Robinhood. One share. I was filled at 39.78. 39.78. I'm up 20 cents already. Let's go. No. But I'm gonna just hold that, see if that could potentially turn into a Myrna or Gilead. Just cause these biotechs have been crazy. What's that, $40.99? Yeah, volume is now almost 4 million. 13 million. So we're looking for what, like 8-9 million in the next 10 minutes. I don't know. We'll see about this one. We'll see about Curevac. I do only have one share of it. I do not have any shares of DCT, the duck technology. I just didn't like that one. I didn't like this one either, but I waited so fucking long. I fucking had to do something, I guess. This is the way I felt about it. Like, damn. But yeah, up $1.63 on that one share of CVAC right now. That was just ugly though. That was ridiculous. The premium on that hurts my heart, man. That's so fucking rude. I wish I could be a market maker and just make up prices and be like, there you go. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I waited for that shit. No. Is the volume picking up now? 4.4? So 17. So it's been on the market now for about 9-10 minutes. Volume is at 4.5 million. I think they have their shares are like 13.3 million total shares outstanding to start with, something like that. Whoa. What Trump just do? What'd he say? On Twitter from Donald Trump, that was a minute ago. I am ready to send money to states and local governments to save jobs for police, firefighters, first responders, and teachers. Democrats are holding this up. All right. He said 2 minutes ago, I am ready to have U.S. Treasury and SBA send additional PPP payments to small businesses that have been hurt by this virus. Democrats are holding this up. 4 minutes ago, I have directed Steve Mnuchin to get ready to send direct payments, $3,400 for a family of 4 to all Americans. Democrats are holding this up. Yeah, that was all within past 4 minutes. And each time he says Democrats are holding this up, it's all caps with an exclamation mark with an end. But yeah, you hate to see how political this whole thing has gotten between how are we going to help out the citizens of the U.S. Because it really shouldn't matter because we're all citizens here and we all need help. So let's help the people. Don't have your personal beliefs get in the way. Whatever. Fuck it. Just be fucking kind. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Treat others the way you want to be treated. If you were struggling right now, would you want somebody to be like, yo, I'm a slide by, but like, if things get worse for you, we'll see what we can do. It fucking sucks. I'm sorry, I'm just talking out my ass right now. Bloop, bloop. Oh, that Curevac is dying. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, the volume slowed down. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. Don't do it to me. Don't leave me, don't leave me. Don't leave me. This shit about to drop. No. Oh my gosh, I am nervous now. I know it's only one chair, but like, fuck. Let's see if Trump is still tweeting. Man, this dude has been tweeting a lot in the past 13 minutes. He's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tweets in 13 minutes. Holy shit, dog. I can't even tell you the last time I made a tweet. Oh my life. Yo, anything y'all want me to throw up on the screen, just type it in the chat and I got y'all. Oh, it's at 45? Oh, this is where shit could get spicy. $45.91. Bullshit. It's a $16 stock. What the fuck is going on? Damn. Damn, son, where'd you find this? Where's DCT at? Probably in the 39s. Oh, what'd I say? 39.99. Oh, now it's 40. It was there for a second. I called that one. Now it's back down. That's in the 39s. I'll take that one with me to the bank. I'm glad I stayed out of this one. Yeah, but if Curevac would have been below 20 when they IPO'd, I would have bought like 50 shares of it. But once I saw that 120% premium, I was like, hell no, dog. I might take one share. I got one share at 39.78 or something. Yeah, 39.78. I got my one share, and I was like, if this breaks out to be a Myrna, take me to the bank. But like, it's one share. That's my risk. I risk $39, $40. Cause they could easily go back down to fucking $16. Just always makes me think oh my gosh. I'm glad I did not fucking fall for this shit. Look at that. Look at that. Do you understand what this is? Yo, the biggest scam of the fucking year, dog. Their factories in Arizona. I'm originally from Arizona, and I was down there a couple months ago. And dog, there's nothing. They don't have shit. Like it's. Oh my gosh. They. Oh, I can't. I can't even be mean. I can't be rude. But yeah, 48 on Curevac. That's the one we were waiting for. What's the volume at? Yep, 6.8. Yeah, so we're right at half of the volume. And what? How long was that? 20 minutes? 20 minutes we have half the volume? I see. Who was that? Oh. That was crazy. I got my AirPods in and I was talking, right? And I said, "What was that?" And then Siri goes, "I don't know." And then like I forgot that I had my AirPods in though. So I was like, "Yo, who the fuck is talking to me?" I was, yo. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Oh my gosh. Woo, let me go get some water. All right. Yeah, but yeah, this fucking scam ass right here. Get that out of here. Where's space for? Oh, catching Lil Pop. Lil Pop. Where they at? Let's see if we can find some cheap contracts. I'll go through them with you all. We're gonna trade Facebook. Oh, that's way too hard. These are dailies. We do not want the dailies. Drill. Don't. September's, what are you giving me? No. Not really liking not liking what they're giving me on these Facebooks. Yeah, like those are super far out of the money. It's 325. That's the thing is, it was about last week during their earnings or right after their earnings, I had played Facebook, and I had I was in the 325, 330 range, and I was able to pick those up for like 10 cents. Ride them up to like I rolled them up to 80 or 90 cents. So it was almost 1,000%er. But that's also when Facebook was hitting like the 70s, 72s. So if we go back to our charts, go to Facebook, go to the 10 days, will we show on that? Yeah. So I rolled this up with the 330. I don't expect that shit to happen again. Like, this was fucking crazy, dog. This was 2 days. And it was the days that I had the contracts. Like, I got lucky as hell on that shit. And I'm glad that I understand that it was luck, and shit like that doesn't happen all the time, or else I'll be trying to do it all the time and I'll lose all my fucking money. It's about risk management. I learned my risk management lesson the hard way. All right, I'll tell you. It was a couple months ago. It was on the Robinhood account. I was super over leveraged in margin. I'm gonna see if I can set up a little window display for y'all to see. Just see the Robinhood. What am I doing? I'm gonna get to the story in a second. I'm sorry. I'm gonna set up a thing so you can see the Robinhood as well. I'm gonna add source, new source. We're gonna call this the Robinhood. So now if we go back to, shit. I'm so sorry. All right. Yo, how come I can't get me out of studio mode, dog? Thank you. Alright, here we go. So now you see the Robin Hood. Alright. I was super over leveraged. At the beginning of the video. Yo, dog. When I tell you, I was like, yo, screw it. I'm gonna get Robin Hood Gold. I'm gonna use all of that Robin Hood Gold because they're gonna let me, and we're gonna see what happens, right? That's what my thinking was. And so dog. No, this gets bad. Cause tell me why I had about 300 shares of American Airlines. I had 100 shares of UAL. I had like 200 shares of Spirit Airline. And it was right during the Warren Buffett sell-off, dog. And I was way too over leveraged. And I was in margin call. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, you see that? That's what I was out here with no risk. I mean, no risk management, dog. But we chilling now, and that's the whole point. We are fucking Curevac hitting 50, baby. Let's go. That's a $16 IPO hitting 50. But they jacked it up on us, and they're like, here, you could get it for 45. I was like, no, I'm going to wait till that shit drop below 40. I'm going to get me one, and we going to see what happens. Get back up to 50. Yo, could I do like, I'm gonna try to do a little picture in picture for you all. Because traders just like too much going on at one time, right? Like numbers everywhere, lines everywhere. How come this won't let me just... How do you zoom on a fucking... There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Yeah, we're gonna do that. And then we're gonna put that like right there. And now when I do like that. Do that work? You feeling that? No, it's just weird because, like, how am I supposed to go through all my trades now? Do I have to do I could open another fucking one, right? Yup, we're back in business. Alright. Let's go. Oh, it changes both of them. I can't have independent zooms. Oh, rude. They're in different windows. Puts on Microsoft. No. It's a joke. None of these are recommendations anyway, so like damn. Yeah, that's what I was on. Oh, that volume, almost 10 million. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting what I was gonna do. Oh yeah, I could pull up the long term too. I just don't know where I put the little screen capture. Unless I just screen captured the long term and clap this little Robin Hood one. We'll see though. Yeah, I can't get the long term up like that. It has too much of my information. Does anyone have a date on this Harmony IPO? If that's even the thing, I'm a little confused right now. I'm trying to go through and see. Yeah, I'm not finding. It's not on there. I don't know what that is. Do they have it on the hood yet? Nope. Looks like we'll have to pass up on that for now. Yeah, those Kroger calls that we have, those are now down to 10 cents a piece, but they don't expire till the 28th, so we do have time on those, which is good. Got 5 of them. The $37.50 strike price for the 28th. Apple is climbing back up. It's still down on the day. We're down 0.3%. We could push it up. We could run it up. And now we did hit all-time highs on Apple yesterday too, which is also something we should keep in mind. Apple slowly climbing. It's slowly climbing. I'm talking about China. I don't know, man. I don't know. My stomach's growling. Yo, look at that volume. What is that? So we're waiting for Trump to come on live right now. So we're gonna wait and see. See what any stimulus talks, any talks on vaccines, things of that nature. We'll we'll see. It could be. I don't know, man. Yo, thank you, Billy, for the subscription. Thank you a lot. It really helps out. Another thing that I'm gonna be listening for is if they talk about Operation Warp Speed, which would entail Johnson and Johnson and Myrna. So depending what's said, we could see a pop out of those potentially.
a corrupt FBI attorney who falsified FISA warrants in James Comey's very corrupt FBI is expected to plead guilty. You probably heard that. It just came out. So that's just the beginning, I would imagine, because what happened should never happen again. So he is pleading guilty. Terrible thing. Terrible thing. Fact is, they spied on my campaign and they got caught. And you'll be hearing more. Today, the Office of Trade and Manufacturing Policy released a new report on how my administration has harnessed the full power of the Defense Production Act to achieve the greatest industrial mobilization since World War II in our fight against the China virus. New factories, businesses, and laboratories are being built all over America to match our nation's demand for personal protective equipment, pharmaceuticals, drugs, testing supplies, therapeutics, and vaccines. It's been incredible what we've been able to do in a very short period of time. We're helping other countries also because we've been really, we've been doing it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. It was just announced a little while ago, industrial production rose for the third straight month. It's a big thing. Factory output was up 3.4% this month after a 5.7% increase last month. Those are getting to be record numbers, and manufacturing capacity utilization is now up to almost 70%. So we're coming back very strong. We should have a very good third quarter. We should have an unbelievably good next year. Next year, if we don't mess it up with somebody that has no idea what they're doing, could be a fantastic year. My administration has exercised the authority under the Defense Production Act to a number and related authorities at a 78 times, dispersing over $3.5 billion to speed the development and manufacturing of essential materials. So, put it a little bit differently, the administration's exercised the authority under the Defense Production Act and related authorities 78 times. That's a lot, Peter, right? It's a big number, 78 times. Came in very handy. A lot of times we just mentioned it and they did what we asked them to do. Dispersing over $3.5 billion to speed the development and manufacturing of essential materials. I've used the DPA more comprehensively than any president in history. There was a time when the media would say, why aren't you using it? Why aren't you using it? Well, we have used it a lot.
All right, watch the spy.
Where necessary, only where necessary. For the most part, we've had tremendous cooperation. By invoking the DPA, we mobilized the extraordinary productive might of General Motors to manufacture ventilators. GM
if we go below
repurposed the
337,
Kokomo,
watch
Indiana
the
plant in just 17 days.
336.80 range.
An all-time record, and has now produced over 21,000 ventilators. We're also
but that's if we
working
go
with
below
Ford
the
Motor
370,
Company and General
in my
Electric
opinion.
to produce over 30,000 ventilators a month. In Michigan, they've done a great job. Our nation is now the king of ventilators. I say that, the king of ventilators. We're sending them all over the world and helping a lot of countries that could never have ventilators. And it's really, I guess we're looking to produce over 200,000 ventilators by the end of the year. Those are some numbers. So we're helping a lot of countries. In April, I directed 3M to increase its manufacturing of N95 masks. By May, they had increased production by over 1 million masks a day. Think of that. They increased production of masks by over 1 million a day. 3M is now manufacturing an additional 39 million masks a month. We also worked with Honeywell to open factories in Arizona and Rhode Island. They're now producing over 20 million masks a month. By the end of the year, domestic U.S. manufacturing will have produced over 1 billion N95 respirators, and all of them are made right here in the USA. That's a big difference from the past. Overall, we've increased N95 mass production by 400 million masks a year. Now, the media might say, why not 500? Why not 600? Nobody's seen numbers like this ever. We delivered more than $75 million in support to Puritan Medical in Maine. I was up there. As you remember, we had a tremendous visit and tremendous throngs of people along the roads on the way to Puritan Medical. Puritans doubled their production of testing swabs from 20 million to 40 million per month. They're doing a fantastic job. And so is Maine. I've also used the DPA to fight price gouging and hoarding. My administration located and seized over 500,000 pieces of hoarded personal protective equipment, including 299,000 pairs of medical-grade gloves, 192,000 N95 respirators, and 130,000 surgical masks. That's hoarding. My administration's decisive actions have yielded truly incredible results. People have done an incredible job. We've replenished the strategic national stockpile that was very badly depleted when we took office and totally neglected in the last administration. Since the start of the pandemic, we have tripled the number of N95 masks on hand to over 40 million, tripled the number of gowns to over 15 million, and quadrupled the number of ventilators to 69,000. By September, the strategic national stockpile inventory is on track to contain over 300 million N95 respirators and surgical masks, over 4.5 billion gloves, and over 190,000 ventilators. It's far more than we've ever done before. It's not even close. As we talk about the economy, we continue to restore America's industrial might. We're bringing more jobs to the USA. We understand that the economic health is critical, very critical to public health. We'll be discussing next week some of the outstanding numbers we have compared to any other country. There is no country even close when you look at what we've done compared to them on the from the standpoint of the economy. And also even during the period of the China virus. In the last 3 months, we've added an average of 100,000 jobs every single day. We've also added over 620,000 manufacturing jobs in the past 3 months. That's despite people saying you can't do manufacturing jobs anymore. You need a magic wand, they said, but they were wrong. Weekly jobless claims just fell below 1 million for the first time in a long time. I'm pleased to announce that as part of Operation Warp Speed, the federal government will be partnering with McKesson Corporation, great company, which is a major medical supplier, to rapidly distribute a China virus vaccine as soon as one is approved, fully approved. They're in stage 3 trials. We have many of them going along different passes, also many different companies doing them. Very, very incredible companies. We currently have 3 candidates in phase 3 clinical trials and are on pace to have more than 100 million doses of a vaccine ready before the end of the year, and 500 million doses very shortly thereafter. And we're ready logistically to distribute them. Our military is ready. We have a great general who's in charge. That's what he does, is he distributes things. Usually it's people and weapons, tanks, but in this case it's a vaccine or therapeutic, as it may be. We continue to actively monitor the virus, executing our strategy to protect the vulnerable and prevent hospital overcrowding. As of today, hospitalizations continue to be very stable, and we will be watching always very carefully. Remain vigilant. We ask every citizen to practice good hygiene, socially distance, wear a mask when distancing is not possible, and to protect the elderly, always protect the elderly. So now we'll take a few questions if you'd like.
I say, John, please. Mr. President, on the issue of more money for the U.S. Postal Service and mail-in balloting. Yeah. If the Democrats were to give you some of what you want, which you articulated in a series of tweets in the last hour, would you be willing to accept the $25 billion for the Postal Service, including the $3.5 billion to handle
they give
mail-in
us
voting?
what we want. And it's not what I want, it's what the American people want. So in addition to, and I think, John, as part of your answer, I can read this, but in addition to the executive orders that we signed, which are going to be doing terrific things in terms of payroll tax cut, which is a lot of money coming to a lot of people very quickly. I've directed the Secretary of the Treasury to get ready and send direct payments, $3,400 for a family of four, to all Americans. Democrats are holding this up. I am ready to have
MKC McKesson option chain is just
the UST and SBA.
It's everywhere.
Send additional PPP payments to small businesses that have been hurt by the China virus. Democrats are holding this up. So we're talking about, those are two things directly involved and really victim of the China virus. We're ready to send. Democrats are holding up. I'm ready to send rental assistance payments to hardworking Americans that have been hurt by the China virus. All of these things are on a list. Democrats are holding this up. I'm ready to send $105 billion to the states to help open schools safely with additional PPE, and Democrats are holding this up. So that's $105 billion to the states to help open schools safely with additional PPE. Democrats are holding that up, right? And I'm ready to send more money to states and local governments to save jobs of our great police, our firefighters, our first responders, and teachers. It's all ready to go. Democrats are holding it up. So they're holding, John, all of that up.
So if they were to give you that, you would sign off on the money for the Postal Service?
But they're not giving it to me. They're giving it to the American people. I mean, giving it.
To agree to that?
Yeah, I would certainly do that, sure. I would do that.
Yeah. Now,
I just want to follow up on that, and then a quick question. Just when you said that you've directed Secretary Mnuchin to ready direct payments, are you speaking about something you're going to do independently, or that you're just waiting for the legislative
I'm waiting for
package?
the Democrats to approve it. Okay.
And then I wanted to ask you, you congratulated Marjorie Taylor Greene in a tweet. You called her a future Republican star. Greene has been a proponent of the QAnon conspiracy theory. She said it's something that would be worth listening to. Do you agree with her on that?
Well, she did very well in the election. She won by a lot. She was very popular. She comes from a great state, and she had a tremendous victory. So absolutely, I did congratulate her.
McKissick coming back down.
QAnon and her decision to embrace that conspiracy theory. Do you agree with her on that? That was the question.
Go ahead, Chris.
I just wanted to ask you what ails your brother Robert, and how's he doing?
Yeah, I have a wonderful brother. We've had a great relationship for a long time, from day one. It's a long time ago, and he's in the hospital right now.
I didn't know he had a brother.
He'll be all right, but he's pretty. He's having a hard time.
I wanted to ask you also really quickly about Putin's invitation to join a video summit with Iran and other world powers. Would you accept that invitation?
I haven't been told of it yet. I heard there's something, but I haven't been told of it yet.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two questions on vaccines. First, once a vaccine is ready, who should get it first?
I will rely on the doctors to tell me that. I would say probably the elderly. I would say nursing homes. A lot of people said, would you take it? I said, I'll take it if they want, or I'll go first or last. I'll do whatever they want me to do. But I would think that the elderly, the people that are most vulnerable to the disease.
If you're not first, you're last.
We're actually making those lists right now. Mostly nursing homes and retirement centers. Yeah.
Russia has approved the vaccine. What do you know about the vaccine? Have you spoken to
I don't know what happened.
We don't know much about it. We hope it works. We do. We hope it works. They've cut off certain trials, and we just feel it's important to go through the process. We have numerous different vaccines that we think are going to work, but we want to go through a system of trials. We're very advanced. We're very we'll be announcing something in the not-too-distant future, also with therapeutics, which I think are very, very important. Yeah, please.
Thanks, Mr. President. I had two, one on China and then one on oil. The first one on China. There's a lot of alarm among American companies about your order on WeChat, Apple, Ford, Disney. They're worried because it's such a big communications platform and a payment platform in China that if you ban U.S. businesses from working with them, that they won't be able to sell, iPhones into China or similar markets.
Whatever.
Sorry about that.
So you don't mind if
Got
this.
to do what's good in terms of the security of our country.
So
We've
as
been
commerce
very
is-
badly let down by China. What's your next question?
On oil, the U.S. this week seized 4 Iranian
Right.
oil tankers going towards Venezuela.
Yeah, not
Wondering,
supposed to do that.
yeah, they're going to go to Houston. I'm wondering what you're going to do with that oil and if this is
We'll be
something.
announcing, we have 4 tankers. They're going to Houston, and they're there. They're not supposed to be doing that. Iran's not supposed to be doing that. And so we did. We seized the tankers, and we're moving them and moved to Houston.
Mr. President, thank you so much. 2 questions, if you don't mind, Mr. President. First of all, Kamala Harris, you've been very blunt about how you feel about her mean, nasty, mad woman. Biden now saying...
No, I haven't been blunt. I said she treated Joe Biden worse than anybody else. I watched those debates. They were very boring, but they were debates nevertheless. And I watched, pretty good parts of them. And she treated Biden worse than anybody else by far. There was nobody, including Pocahontas, nobody treated Biden so badly as Kamala.
Well, let me ask you this then. Do you have an issue with a strong woman of color being in this presidential race? Do you
None
see,
whatsoever.
You don't see her as a threat?
As you know, none whatsoever. No, not at all.
Thank you, Mr. President. And a stimulus question, if you don't mind. You have told me even before you were president, you always talked about being the ultimate deal maker. Why not just sit down with Democrats personally and cut a deal?
Because they want $1 trillion to go to their friends doing a bad job running certain cities and states that are doing very badly. Most of our country is running very well. Even in terms of crime, most of our country is setting records in terms of low. But when you look at Chicago, when you look at what's going on in Illinois and New York and other places, both economically and in other ways, it's horrible. It's horrible. Look at Oregon. Look what's going on in Oregon. I don't think they have a clue. We could stop that. If they would request it, we would stop that problem in 1 hour, like we did in Minneapolis. We would stop it in 1 hour. It would be over. It's so easy to do. Please, go ahead. In the back, please.
Alicia Powell at the Gateway Pioneer. Yesterday, you announced a historic peace deal between Israel and the United Arab Emirates, and later in the day, Joe Biden tried to take credit for...
I heard that. That was a beauty.
What's your
We
response?
announced the deal, and I appreciate it. Even the New York Times gave it great coverage and editorials today. Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, everybody was saying great. And this is something we've been working very hard on. And I saw where Sleepy Joe tried to claim credit for it. And I'm trying to figure out how that one works. No, what he did is they made a terrible deal with Iran. And the deal was a horror show, and I ended it. They gave him $150 billion for nothing. They gave him $1.8 billion in cash for nothing. They got nothing from that deal except trouble. They did nothing. They're just like they've been weak on China. They've been weak on Russia. They've been weak on everyone, and they were the weakest of all on Iran. No, that was a great deal made by very talented people that work with me, and it's been praised all over the world. And what you'll see now is other countries will come into that deal, and you'll have peace in the Middle East. And Biden doesn't even know, he doesn't even know the name of the countries I'm talking about. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you.
He doesn't even know what countries I'm talking about. What? I am so weak. And so we didn't get any more news on Johnson & Johnson or Myrna. We did get news on McKinsey. That's what this pop was. Talking about being in, I think it was second stage or third stage trials for the vaccine. But hasn't held completely. It was a huge pop though. $5. Yep.
Is there a responsibility that you have? Do you feel like you need to set an example and maybe help others get into this business as well?
I'll start and I'll let my wife finish. I don't think that we have to set an example. I just think that we just have to do what we normally do in our businesses, and that's provide great customer service and provide something that our consumers need.
I think that for us, we thought it was a good idea. We didn't know we was going to get this amount of feedback and this much positive stories and people sharing it. So we're very excited about that. But we do think that it is important for African Americans to be able to have ownership, to be able to get into the movie industry. There's a lot of politics in it. It costs a lot of money, but it's a great opportunity for us, and we hope that we can set an example for others.
Fantastic. Aina and Sari, thank you guys very much, and good luck with your business. Keep it right here because Power Lunch comes up after this.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Power Lunch. I'm Tyler Matheson. Glad you could join us on a summer Friday. Mixed day for the market this day, but all three major averages are set to end the week in the green, despite stimulus talks coming to a standstill. And retail sales were lower than expected. They were higher, but lower than expected. Autos adding to some of that pain. But with the biggest names in the group on deck for earnings next week, we will tell you which stocks could be set to take off. And later, it is Apple's epic battle. Both Apple now and Google kicking out Fortnite out of their app stores. We'll explain why they're doing it, the fight it could spark, and the crackdown on big tech that could be in the cards. Power Lunch starts right now.
And a happy Friday to you. Welcome to Power Lunch. I'm Rahel Solomon, in today for Kelly Evans. So the Dow's on pace to end its second week in a row in the green, up about 2% for the week, and that's despite all of the economic uncertainty. Take a look at transports, though, outperforming this week, up 4%, and those moves are thanks to FedEx and Avis Budget, which are both up double digits for the week. And with all the major averages up more than 50% from those March lows, it's the question being heard all around Wall Street. Is the market rebound getting too far ahead of the economic rebound? Steve Leisman is digging into the data for us. Hi, Steve.
Thanks, Rahel. Any day now, the stock market could recover its all-time highs, putting it on pace to be the quickest market recovery from a recession in at least a half century. We went back to 1973 and looked at how stocks behaved in previous recessions. On average, it takes 2.7 years to get even. That is, recover the pre-recession level. In the Dow, it ranges from as little as 0.9 years in the 1991 recession, long as 5.3 years from the 07 downturn. This recovery probably going to be measured in months if we keep going the way we've been going. It's possible markets are getting ahead of themselves, especially with another surge in the virus and uncertainty over new government aid. But the Fed and Congress, they have provided relief to the economy at a level never seen in a recession. The economic data and the recovery have outperformed expectations in general, even while virus containment has underperformed. Taking a look at it's a rule that price earnings ratios expand during recessions. Earnings fall more than stocks because
Ooh, that's a big drop on the SPY.
Tend to bet early and often on a recovery. This time it's a fairly strong bid helped by ultra-low Fed rates. That makes stocks more expensive than the typical recessionary rebound. You can see they're at a 28 trailing PE. But the optimism over stocks recovering from recessions has
Never mind, not as big as I thought. I had my charts. might be.
Reassuring, Steve. Thank you. I do wonder, it seems like a lot of good news is already built into the markets. How might the stimulus debate start to change the outlook or further change the outlook for the markets?
You never know exactly what's baked in, but for sure, every economist that I've read is baking in some form of stimulus. If that doesn't happen, that'll be a problem for the market. Also, one way that companies have met their earnings forecasts or exceeded them is by cutbacks. Those corporate cutbacks are good for companies, not necessarily so good for the economy. And the third thing that's a wild card here is the scarring. How much of what has been idled right now won't be coming back, and what are the economic implications of that? I think those are three wild cards to the well-bid recovery that the market has right now.
And then, Steve, we talk about it a lot on this network, of course, the difference between Wall Street and Main Street. You know, I do wonder, with some of the indexes hitting all-time highs or reaching those highs, are you seeing signs of a quick recovery on Main Street? Where might you start to see those areas of strength?
You know, I think classical Main Street is going to be much slower to recover than Wall Street. You think about the restaurants and the nail salons, so much of what's happening on Main Street is person-to-person stuff. There's some, I don't know what the exact figure is, we've seen survey estimates, 50 to 60% of people can do their job just fine from home. There's a percentage that can't. And while we had decent retail sales numbers this morning, where we don't see the data and we haven't seen it yet, is in the services spending. And that's the part that's declining. A lot of what's going on Main Street these days, it's not hardware stores so much anymore, it's services.
Well, Steve, you've clearly been doing a very good job at home, but I will say we miss you at the office. So here's hoping you return soon.
I'm ready to come back in.
All right, Steve, thank you.
All right, guys. Steve, thank you. Rahel as well, with stocks near record highs despite all the economic headwinds. We've just been talking about it a little bit. Is there too much euphoria in the market right now? Let's explore that with Mark Travis. He is the president and portfolio manager at the Intrepid Capital Funds, and he's been through downturns several times before. So has our friend Ron Insana, CNBC senior analyst and commentator, market historian as well. He's a senior advisor to Schroders NA. Mark, let me begin with you. Are you, in any sense, alarmed at the market's bounce back? Is it too much too fast? Steve cited the idea that the PE trailing is 28. I believe the forward PE for 21 earnings is above 20. That's pretty rich.
You know, Tyler, price is not always indicative of value, and they tend to probably swing around what we would think of as intrinsic business value, which is a discounted free cash flow of any respective business. And so I think that we've had unprecedented financial support, as we're all aware, and they are bidding on securities they've never bid on before, including, high yield ETFs. And, I think you have to take a balanced approach in here and try to ascertain what that business value is and know that it's not always indicative of price. I think what you're seeing in the indexes is just really pulled along by the kind of the tech horsemen, if you will. And if you use a broader based index of U.S. equities, Russell 2000, for example, is off probably 5 or 6% year to date. It's not as rosy looking maybe as it is to people just looking at the indexes. As we talked to our Steve did about kind of recovery periods, I like to remind viewers that the NASDAQ, which was the rage in the late 90s, once it peaked in March of 2000, I don't believe it reached that high again for, I believe, about 15 years. So, I think we've got a lot going on. We've got no sports. We've got people at home. We've got Robinhood traders, and we've got the Fed kind of with the pedal to the metal. And so I think people need to have some cash in case we go back to a lockdown and they need it to run their families, or to opportunistically look into the marketplace and pick up securities that may be mispriced if we hit a downdraft like we saw earlier in the spring.
We'll hope to get back to some of your picks a little bit later. I'd also like to explore your views on gold right now, Mark, but let me turn to Ron. This market has surprised you, hasn't it, Ron?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree with everything that was just said. There is massive support coming from both the Federal Reserve and the federal government, and we've had that concentration of gains in the stay-at-home stocks and the big technology names. I mean, I think it might be wise to reorient one's portfolio, do a little rebalancing, look at some dividend stocks that have yields between, let's say, 3% and 6% that also, by the way, have very strong balance sheets. You don't want to just go out there and play for high dividend yields. But I think maybe taking some profits in the bigger names might be wise. And I would tend to agree that, come the fall or even later this month, we're going to see some high-frequency data that won't look as good as what we've seen over the last couple of months. And so I do worry about that, Tyler, insofar as if we don't get any further relief from the federal government, or it doesn't come until middle of September, sure, we're going to see a big pop in third quarter GDP, but we may see consumer spending melt away. So the stay-at-home portfolio probably works, but I would diversify into some income-providing assets that make more sense maybe through the rest of this year.
But some of those, I take your point. I've been burned before when I've gone and bought stocks. We don't buy stocks anymore at CNBC, as you well know.
Right.
But I remember one time looking at a big fat dividend on IBM, and I said, man, that's going to pay me 9%. Sign me up. Well, it didn't last.
Again, but and IBM's been more of a speculative stock than it has a stalwart of late. So,
Yeah, but it takes a little bit of nerve to go into some of those high dividend stocks, because you often find them in areas like energy, like oil and gas, and the energy providers, don't you?
Yeah, that's not the sector I would play. I mean, I'd be more in telecommunications and, big communications companies or companies among the stalwarts in the banking sector that provide, 3.5%, 4%, 5% dividends that have the type of free cash flow and the types of balance sheets that will support dividend payouts. Also, I probably want to look a little bit overseas, where some of the developed economies are outpacing the United States. Now, with Europe putting on some new travel restrictions, I think we have to be very, very careful how we go about doing that. But I also think we may face that same type of problem down the road it might scare a few investors. Having said that, listen, I've been dead wrong for several months on equities, but I would prefer a little more safety here than speculation.
Mark, let me turn back to you and get your thoughts on gold. I was having a conversation with an associate of mine the other day who was arguing that gold, and particularly the physical metal, through a kind of ETF that buys Canadian stores of gold, is a good place to put money, given the fact that it is a safety play, even despite its run up, and because bonds aren't paying you very much, treasuries sure aren't. Short-term treasuries are kind of useless, and so is cash.
Yeah, Tyler, I think if you really go back to when we disjointed ourselves from our currency in 1971 with Richard Nixon, there's been a real change in our fiscal situation.
I'm searching through the Walmart option chain right now.
Our budget, so to speak, as I would say, the Federal Reserve has allowed the profligacy of our politicians to persist. But gold, if you really go back, I think over the last 20 years, at least through the first quarter of this year, it actually outperformed the stock market. So, but I'm not advocating people go headlong into gold. We've certainly kind of crossed a high that we hadn't seen since, I believe, September of 11. In our small cap fund, the Intrepid Endurance Fund, we have a position in the ETF, but I think that needs to be a moderate position, somewhere in the 2 to 5% of a portfolio. And it's a very non-correlated asset to the stock market, as we all, I think, know.
Mark, thank you very much. Ron and Sana, thank you. Have a great weekend, guys. We appreciate it.
You too.
Rahel?
Thanks, Tyler.
All right, Tyler, thank you. It's a key question this fall. So if schools and businesses are going to reopen and stay open, the key to it all, of course, is testing. And according to experts, the turnaround time on those tests need to be 2 days or less. Meg Terrell has the data on what's really happening across America.
In early July, 31-year-old Shannon Mayer started feeling a tightness in her chest.
The next day, it was really hard to breathe. I had to work from my bed. And I got scared because I'm like, I know I have asthma, but I really haven't had an issue with it in years, which is what prompted me to actually think about getting tested for COVID.
She was told the results would come in 5 to 10 days, and she should quarantine in the meantime. But they took a lot longer.
Had I stuck with it, I would have been in my house for 3 weeks.
Dr. Ashish Jha at Harvard says even a 3-day wait for results is too long.
After 3 days, it really does, its utility becomes much closer to zero. So I sort of think of 48 is where you really want it, and after 72, it's pretty close to zero.
But a survey of more than 9,000 Americans by CNBC and data company Dynata shows that about 40% of results take more than 3 days. And the differences state by state are stark, from a little more than 2 days on average in Massachusetts and South Dakota to 4.5 days in Arizona and West Virginia, and more than 5 in Indiana. Jha says it's a product of a fragmented testing strategy.
Do I think that it would be helpful to have a national testing strategy in the middle of a global pandemic? I do. I don't think that having 50 states and a district each figure out their own pandemic approach is the most efficient way to do this.
As for Mayer, she started to feel better a few days into her quarantine, and luckily, 3 weeks later, she found out she was negative.
And guys, we hear a lot of stories like Shannon's where test results take a week or more. And while it's not the majority of the turnaround times that we found in our study, it is almost 10% of the people who responded who said their tests take 8 days or longer, which obviously is way too long to be useful.
Way too long and really troubling, Meg. It's a really good story. I wonder what could help improve testing turnaround times.
Well, a lot of things could probably help. New technologies on the horizon. People are hoping for point-of-care tests, ones that you actually get and they return the results right there in about 15 minutes. If those can be ramped up, that will help. And then also the expansion of rapid at-home testing that a lot of people are pushing for. You know, regulatory pathways haven't been opened up for those yet, and that's a big push in the public health community that we'll probably be hearing a lot more over the next few weeks and months.
All right, Meg, thank you very much. We'll see you next time. Have a great weekend to you. All righty, a quick market flash. Take a look at shares of McKesson. That stock is at the highs of the session as President Trump moments ago announced an expansion of its deal with that healthcare company to distribute the coronavirus vaccine when and if we get one, and other supplies needed to administer that vaccine. The stock is up about 3% right now. We will bring you more details on that story as they come to us. Still ahead, Apple and Google removing Fortnite. This is going to just crush my son. Their app stores, they're going to take it out of the app stores. It could be the start of a bigger battle with big tech. We've got those details for you. Plus, it's retail's moment of truth next week, folks, as some of the biggest players in the group are on deck for earnings. Two top analysts will tell us the best names to buy ahead of those reports. You don't want to miss that when Power Lunch returns.
Yeah, so I just got one of the Walmart 175 calls for 11 cents. It's September 18th. Not a recommendation, just for my documentation purposes. Oh, not that one. Why did they do this? Never mind, guess we're not seeing it.
Welcome back. Epic clearly not playing any games with Apple and Google. The video game maker behind Fortnite is suing the big tech giants after the game was removed from their app stores. Both companies say that Epic Games violated the rules after it tried to bypass systems for in-app purchases to pay the company directly, thereby avoiding the 30% cut that the app stores take. Epic Games also releasing this 1984-style ad as an attack on Apple. And all of this comes as big tech scrutiny continues to grow in Washington and more regulation looms. So let's bring in Russ Frushtick. He is a senior editor at Polygon, and Sarah Fisher. She is a media reporter at Axios. Russ and Sarah, thanks for being with us. First question for both of you to weigh in here. Clearly, this was the outcome that Epic wanted. It appears very choreographed. Some have called it a bold move. Is this really the fight that Apple and Google want to have in the midst of all of this scrutiny?
Yeah,
I'm happy to take that. I mean,
sorry,
go ahead, Russ.
Sarah,
yeah,
Sarah, let's start with you.
Yeah, I think that it's a bold move. I think that at the end of the day, antitrust scrutiny on Apple is increasing,
But lawmakers seemed oblivious to some of it. They weren't really addressing Tim Cook. Now, just a few weeks after that blockbuster hearing, that Apple is getting into these fights with major developers is going to put more spotlight on Tim Cook when he didn't already have it. And then the other constituency, of course, is regular everyday users. I think a lot of users have been oblivious to the fact that Apple takes a 30% cut of these in-app payments. But now that some of their favorite games are going to be skirted from the App Store, I think users are going to start paying attention.
And Sarah, that's an interesting point, actually. I saw
Yeah, one contract at
on
11.
the internet that Epic is now giving both Apple and Google the grilling that Washington didn't. Russ, weigh in here.
No, I absolutely agree. I think they are taking it directly to Apple in ways that are very blunt and very obvious. You know, Apple is arguing that their 30% cut of every in-app purchase or every app purchase is a fair amount. And Epic says, no, it's not, to the certain extent that Epic launched their own service and they are only taking a 12% cut. So clearly Epic is saying, hey, this divide is not fair, this is unreasonable. They're saying the same about Google. It's not just Apple. So it really is a direct attack on both of these companies.
And Sarah, to that point, it's interesting, right? Because Apple's point all along has been that they want to create an equal rate for all developers. And yet it's interesting to see Epic saying, we don't even want a sweetheart deal, just lower the rate for all developers. So they really do seem to be taking on this underdog, sort of rooting for everyone, taking up for everyone role.
Yeah, and let's not remember, it's not the same for all developers. Apple does cut some developers' deals if they have leverage. The best example of that would be Amazon. Apple is not necessarily charging Amazon for some of its video products that same 30% cut because Amazon has leverage over Apple. They're both competitors in the video space. I think the important thing to remember here, though, is that at the end of the day, Apple is one of two major marketplaces, Android and Apple. And so what it's going to come down to in terms of antitrust law is, do consumers really have another place to go? You know, Apple's going to say, sure, Epic, build your stuff on the open web. And Epic's going to come back and say, but that's not the same experience as having an in-app mobile game.
That's the question I have, Sarah, and I'll turn it to Russ if you don't mind, because as I would understand it, there are really two players in this. There's the Google Android platform and the Play Store, and there's the App Store on Apple. If you put those two together, Russ, what percentage of app sales or distribution do you have?
Yeah, an astonishing amount. I don't know the exact number, but a vast, vast majority. And so at least on the Android side, Epic can continue to sell and distribute Fortnite outside of the Google Play Store. It's not as ideal for them. They don't have a lot of attention outside of the Google Play Store. On Apple, they have no shot at all. It is completely removed from any iOS device ever until this gets settled. And honestly, I don't see Apple blinking in this situation because they would not have to blink just for Epic and Fortnite, but for every app that's in their marketplace. And I don't see them doing that.
And yet the public perception is not really on their side, at least not yet. One final question, Russ, and let me direct this to you. To be fair, Apple did build this ecosystem. Epic can just continue to have users play on the World Wide Web.
Ooh, big sell-off from Walmart. What's going on?
Point, you don't have to pay.
What is going on?
You know, in their system.
Yeah, I mean, Epic can absolutely choose, as they've effectively done. They knew that they were going to get removed from the App Store. Epic can choose to not take part. What they are doing is shining a light on what they think is an unfair distribution of revenue. Whether Apple blinks or not, again, I don't think they will, but whether they do or not, Epic is still going to be okay. They still are making a ton with Fortnite, with Unreal, their game engine. They are going to be fine in terms of their revenue. This is more about just taking a stance, really.
Okay. Russ Frushtick and Sarah Fisher, we appreciate both of you being with us.
SPY hitting, SPY just dropped below 337. Ooh, candles increasing in size.
He'll figure out a way to play it, and he and his friends play online all the time. And they seem always to be coming and saying, hey, Dad, Mom, can we have a little money to buy one of these in-app upgrades or whatever the hell it is? It's all beyond me, but at any rate.
Me too.
All righty, still ahead. Hedge funds are betting against the reopening trade by shorting some of Wall Street's most controversial stocks right now. We've got those details, plus check out shares of DraftKings falling as the sports betting app reports a larger than expected loss. But we will tell you what the CEO said that could have investors going all in. More Power Lunch right after this.
That's a big candle on the spine. Um,
All right, welcome back to Power Lunch. It is time for Trading Nation. Short traders throwing cold water on hopes of a bump-free path back to normalcy. Travel, vacation, consumer plays, topping the list of the most shorted stocks. There you see some of the names that are on that list, such as American Airlines, Carnival, Under Armour, Royal Caribbean, Whirlpool, among others. Let's bring in your Trading Nation team to discuss. Dila Nosaporu of New Street Advisors and Gina Sanchez of Chantico Global. Gina, what do you think? Would you nibble at any of those stocks? Would you go long any of them? Or are there some in the category that you would go long?
So I think one of the stocks that you're talking about, or one area, you have some concern around consumer names, but you have two underwear stocks in there, Under Armour and Hanesbrands. And if you look at Hanesbrands, I think Hanesbrands at some point is going to stage a comeback. I mean, this commando situation can't go on forever. So I think that, and if you look at sort of, what they've been able to do, they've been able to pivot into making face masks and gowns for the federal government, but they're going to come back. And quite frankly, I think they'll come back just as strong as they were before. And it's a longer-term play, but I think that play is there, and I think that this is probably an unloved name that needs more attention.
Hanesbrands shorted. It just goes beautifully, doesn't it, Gina?
yeah, that is not for me.
Yes, absolutely.
Now that we've done a deep dive, Delano, we've done a deep dive into underwear, Delano. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm staying away from the underwear, and we're looking at Under Armour. A lot of these names have been rightly shorted, but I think if you look at the long-term case for Under Armour, what you really want to see is execution. And so can they improve? They have a lot of big sponsors. They get those names, but can they improve with the execution of the products and the rollout of those products?
Under Armour stock's $10. What?
With those acquisitions. We talk about the travel names. That's really going to be dependent on what we're seeing with vaccines, the pandemic, people's comfortability in going out. So there's going to be a lot of pain in the short term for these names. So I've kind of been sitting on the sidelines. But if you're looking long term, those might be a couple options you would want to look at.
Delano, would you buy any of the travel stocks, the ones that we mentioned here, Royal Caribbean, American Airlines?
No, do not buy them.
I would look at American Airlines. And again, it's going to be on the comfortability. You saw the TSA said people are traveling and there's an uptick in people going out and making those trips. But again, I really want to see what's going on with vaccines, what's going on with health, what's going on with people's comfortability in going out. But I would kind of stay clear. But if you're looking for some of those travel names, you want to be able to take the pain in the short term, but possibly in the long term, be okay.
Delano, thank you very much. And Gina, you get credit for the best line of the day. You won't hear it on any other network this day. Lord knows you won't hear it on any other business network. It is Commando Can't Go On Forever. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we leave it for Trading Nation for a week. Head to our website.
Commando Can't Go On Forever. Bet.
Rahel, take it away.
Now, Tyler, how am I supposed to follow that? Please. How am I supposed to follow that? Okay, thank you. Well, ahead on Power Lunch, let's just move along. Retail sales coming in lower than expected. Just ahead of the busiest week of earnings for that sector, our panel will lay out what to expect. Plus, Robinhood's profit engine, despite not charging customers, the trading platform brought in nearly $200 million from traders in the second quarter. We'll discuss. And also, the U.S. and China were supposed to be in trade talks this weekend. Tensions over the pandemic, TikTok, and security. There were a lot of issues between the two countries. Where relations stand right now. All that and more when Power Lunch returns right after this.
And now, the latest from tradingnation.cnbc.com and a word from our sponsor.
A common mistake that some investors make is searching for stocks with the highest dividend yield. But this can be a dangerous strategy because a high dividend yield could mean that the stock price has come down sharply or that the dividend itself is at risk of being cut. So before you reach for yield, be sure that the stock is also fundamentally sound. I'm Joanna Payne, and Schwab is the better place for traders.
I'm Frank Collin. Here's your CNBC News update at this hour. A federal appeals court has thrown out California's ban on high-capacity ammunition magazines. A three-judge panel ruled the law violates the Second Amendment. The dissenting justice says the ruling conflicts with the decisions in 6 other district courts across the nation. The head of the Department of Homeland Security and a senior aide are not legally eligible to hold their jobs. This according to the Government Accountability Office. It found Acting Secretary Chad Wolf and Deputy Secretary Ken Cuccinelli were improperly appointed to their positions. A DHS spokesperson called the finding, quote, baseless. And take a look at this. Here's something we haven't seen in quite a while, a high school football game, the matchup in Utah. It appears to be the first sanctioned game of the pandemic. The Davis Darts, they went on to beat the home team, the Harriman Mustangs, 24-20. Tyler, seating capacity was limited to 25%, but a hopeful sign for a lot of us that want to see football come back this fall. Back over to you.
Absolutely. That's terrific news. Thank you, Frank
Thank
Holland. All right, let's take a look at the markets right now as the Dow and the S&P and the NASDAQ kind of limp toward the end of the week. There you see the industrials up about 0.1% or 42 points. S&P 500 functionally flat, higher by 1.5 points. NASDAQ just a little bit lower, 0.5% there, but still above 11,000. Russell 2000 basically flat, Rahel.
All right, Tyler, thank you. And retail's in focus today. Sales in July coming in lower than expected, though that was led largely by a dip in auto sales. Of course, COVID does continue to be a key drag on these companies. And next week is a huge one for the sector. Walmart, Home Depot, Target, and many others reporting earnings. And so far, retailers like Under Armour and Capri Holdings have surprised Wall Street. So what should investors expect moving forward? With us now on the phone is Simeon Siegel, analyst at BMO Capital Markets, and Evercore ISI's Greg Melich. Guys, thanks so much for being with us. So let's start with you first, Simeon. So you had an interesting take that the pandemic is allowing very big companies to shrink their revenues to grow their profits. So you like TJX, L Brands, and Planet Fitness. The L Brands call is interesting, and you talk about, and we hear it all the time, especially with Bath & Body Works, that the value is clear, but you also say that the street is underappreciating or undervaluing Victoria's Secret. Say more about that, because that's not really an insight that we hear a lot of.
Absolutely, and I go back to a couple of years ago, Tyler and I had a very fun conversation on Victoria's Secret. I couldn't come on and not bring that back. So reflecting on how times have changed, I think that it's fascinating, because if you think about it, it's the first time in recent history that retailers have to ask themselves or are allowed to ask themselves which stores they want to open, not which stores they want to close. So you have this, hopefully, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to completely refashion your business and decide, Wall Street is no longer forcing me to grow. How healthy should I be? And that might mean selling fewer goods at higher prices. I think that's the opportunity Victoria's Secret has in front of them, and I think that's the underappreciated opportunity that we'll see play out.
I guess we'll soon see. Greg, so you like Home Depot, Best Buy, and Costco. Certainly the pandemic plays. One thing that I've heard a lot of, certainly about Home Depot and Best Buy, is that they were all strong going into the pandemic. They've grown because of the pandemic, and they'll be better off post-pandemic. Is that how you see it? I mean, what's your view here?
Yeah, to try and figure out who can take this current strength and translate it into long-term success, we're looking at who's good at multi-channel, who's good at nesting, and who could benefit if de-densification becomes a trend. And we think Home Depot, Best Buy, and Costco are three. We have other names as well, but those are three we think are very well positioned to even, not just now, but into the year's future, take advantage of it.
Heading into the fall season and the winter season, it's hard to believe that that's already upon us, but what happens to the all-important back-to-school season? I think it was a note yesterday from Piper Sandler about how Best Buy will certainly stand to benefit because with all the virtual learning, sales of consumer electronics will be up. But what about, when you used to buy your back-to-school clothing? I mean, if you're at home, of course, you don't need that. So what about all of the back-to-school shopping that will no longer happen? Black Friday, will people be crowding into malls in the midst of COVID? And even Christmas shopping, that's right around the corner.
Well, we upgraded Best Buy a couple months ago precisely on that thesis, which is that they are well positioned in a multi-channel world. They built their multi-channel business, e-commerce, to almost 20% by the end of last year. And when they closed all their stores, they kept almost 90% of their sales when they went to curbside. So what happened at Best Buy is that once they fully reopened their stores in mid-June, we think they're probably comping in the double digits since that time. And it's important that we as a society get back to school. We think that's critical to get the economy to full recovery. But in a way, Best Buy sort of wins either way. Whether they go back to school and you need a new computer or phone for that, or you're going to be working and studying from home in the future, you're going to need to fix up the home and get that home office ready to study or work.
Yeah, Best Buy certainly.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah, Best Buy certainly does make sense. One thing that I think is really interesting, Simeon, is that you like Planet Fitness. That's an interesting call because it does certainly appear that gyms are falling, unfortunately, left and right. Talk more about Planet Fitness.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was actually going to follow up on Greg's point. I think what we've started talking about is embracing both professionally and personally this idea that we're in the current normal rather than the new norm. I think the hope or belief that we're going to be in any period of stasis within the next 6 months to a year just seems optimistic. So it's adopting and it's kind of recognizing who can be nimble. So figuring out who's going to be able to win in either scenario matters. So on that one side of our barbell, we have the L brands. On the other side of our barbell, probably similar to Greg's picks, are the companies in my world that will be market share takers that might not be able to do all that well right now as things are closed, but will benefit from the dislocation amongst their group on the other side of this. And I think TJX, I put them together for a reason. They might not seem that similar, but I think TJX and Planet Fitness are both businesses that offer value, that offer a compelling offering that essentially is a non-COVID play while COVID is going on, but both stand to benefit from the dislocation on the other side. So as the department stores continue to shrink, more people will walk into the off-pricers. As the fitness environment continues to fall upon itself, there are people that will no longer have gyms, and Planet Fitness will be waiting there with open arms.
Yeah, and in New York, we still don't have access to gyms. Simeon Siegel and Greg Mellick, really interesting insights today. We'll see how it all plays out next week during earnings. Tyler.
Rahel, to the bond market we go, and Rick Santelli, who tracks the action for us at the CME. Hi, Rick.
Hi, Tyler. You know, a 24-hour chart's very interesting on 10-year note yields because it seems to be losing a bit of momentum. And it is. We couldn't get above the, 72 basis point high yesterday. However, consider this. We're still up 16 basis points on the week for a 10-year, and we're up 20 basis points on the week for a 30-year. This is a real move. And real moves by the highest credit means the lesser credits have to pay attention. So look at the two ETFs, high yield ETF, HYG, and the investment grade LQD since July 1st. Definitely losing a bit of horsepower. And finally, we talk about the weakness in the dollar, but really the story is more about the strength.
So Best Buy has their earnings on the 25th.
What the fuck is going on?
Trying to find me a good option here if possible. If I see anything I like. Ooh, 145 looks nice on the 18th, because it does give me some time. Yeah, I'm gonna do those. What's the spread on it? Okay. Yeah, I want these ones. We're gonna do 10 of them. See if we get filled here. No, we did not continue. We're just. I got faith in it. There we go. Got in at 22 cents each. So we are going to be down on it for a little bit. But I'm hoping to catch some earnings premium run up. So we have the Best Buys. Yeah, so spent 220. Expires September 18th. The 145s. Home Depot also has their earnings coming. I should look at theirs again, their option chain. I just got the Walmart, got the Best Buy. When's the date on that Walmart? When's that Walmart good to tell? Walmart's on the 18th as well. All right, good.
Stock is up more than 200% this year. Contessa Brewer joins us now with more. Hi, Contessa.
Hi there, Tyler. Investors may have actually been spooked by a question on the
Yeah. All my DraftKings plays were dead. That expires today. Yeah. My contracts are trash.
Participation in esports. So I think it's one of those things where a lot of people were just distracted with other things. We had a big gap with no sports. People tried esports. They loved it.
DraftKings gave stronger than expected guidance that excludes college sports this fall altogether, but is predicated on professional sports, and especially, as you might imagine, the NFL continuing as currently scheduled. Robin says they've experienced a strong uptick in users in July and August, and he thinks it's going to continue into the sports season this autumn. Tyler, Rahel?
Contessa, remind me, and I'm embarrassed for not knowing this, but how does DraftKings make money off of esports? Is it gambling on games that players are playing, or what?
So the interesting thing is, gambling on esports is not legal in most places in this country. I think it's only 2 states where you can even wager on those esports games. But then people can pay for a user fee to get on and participate in that way, sort of the way that fantasy sports work. There's not wagers, but you pay an entry fee. And that's the part about the IRS saying, look, those entry fees are actually wagers, and DraftKings pushing back on that front.
All right, Contessa, thanks very much. Rahel.
All right, Tyler. Thanks, Contessa. Good to see you. All those Robinhood traders, we tell you about, well, they don't pay a dime for trades. So how does the company actually make money? That's coming up. Plus, tonight at 6 p.m., Jim Cramer is off, but we have you covered with Summer School. Frank Holland and Josh Brown are taking your questions and exploring some high-flying stocks off the beaten path. Class is in session. That's at 6 p.m. Eastern. Robinhood turned the online brokerage industry on its head by offering free trading. But if the trading is free, how does Robinhood actually make money? Kate Rooney is joining us now with the explanation. Hi, Kate. Hey, Rahel. Robinhood is cashing in on the trading boom without charging customers on the front end. Gets revenue behind the scenes from what's known as payment for order flow. Market makers like Virtue or Citadel Securities pay Robinhood and other brokers to execute client trades. According to recent SEC disclosures and analysis by Piper Sandler, Robinhood fetches the highest rate for equity trades at 17 cents per 100 shares. Schwab, by comparison, gets 11 cents. And for options, the payday is way bigger. Robinhood and TD Ameritrade bring in the highest rate at 58 cents. That's way above the industry average. Robinhood roughly doubled order flow revenue in the second quarter of the year. That's compared to the prior 3 months. It saw the biggest increase among all of the brokers, and the majority of its $180 million came from options. Across the industry, options are way more lucrative than trades from a single stock. Analysts say this could present a potential conflict of interest. Brokers might be incentivized to push customers towards those more profitable products. Robinhood responding, saying that's not the case. The company also declined to say if it's profitable after this recent trading boom. Rahel, back to you.
Kate, it's such an interesting story. So how important is this revenue stream? Is it possible to know how important this revenue stream is for both Robinhood and also other e-brokers?
It's gotten way more important. Robinhood had this revenue model from the beginning. They were really the pioneer of free trading. For the others who cut commissions, analysts were skeptical that this could actually pay off, and it has seemed to offset the cut commissions, and all of a sudden they're seeing record customer growth, so they're able to make it up with payment for order flow. So analysts are pretty happy after the last few quarters with TD Ameritrade, Schwab, and all of Robinhood's public competitors.
All right, Kate, good to see you. Thank you. Tyler?
Thanks.
Well, folks, trade talks may be off for this weekend, so where does that leave the relationship between the United States and China? We'll be right back to discuss that. And don't forget, you can always watch us live on the go, on the app, the CNBC app. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Reuters reporting today that U.S.-China trade talks scheduled for this weekend have been postponed indefinitely. CNBC is working to confirm these reports, and whether or not these talks proceed, the U.S. relations with China are right now plagued by a variety of issues, from the spread of coronavirus to cybersecurity, intellectual property, and more. And China China is way behind on purchases of U.S. goods as it agreed to do as part of that Phase 1 trade deal. Doesn't that sound like an eon ago? On manufactured goods, agricultural goods, and everything. Energy, too. Though Reuters also reporting today that China is ramping up its purchases of crude oil. John Rutledge has advised the White House on the talks with China. He is chief investment strategist at Safanad and a CNBC contributor. John, we're a little tight on time here at the end of the hour. Do you expect these talks to take place? They are really about implementation of Phase 1. If they're postponed this weekend, will they resume before the election?
If I were advising, I would say have the talks, because it's a wonderful opportunity for airtime on the one issue that nobody argues with ahead of the election. Whether that'll happen, I don't know, but there's plenty of stuff to talk about there.
Yeah, and the one issue that everybody talks about is we don't like China. The Republicans don't like China. The administration is whacking them, and the Democrats say, us too. We don't have any truck with that, any reason to love them either. Right, John?
That's right, Tyler. Trump won this one because everybody wants now to hate China. Trump got there first, so the best Biden can do is say, I hate them too. That's not going to help him in the election. The soybeans are not being bought that were promised. We're about half of the deliveries that were in the Phase 1. There's not going to be a Phase 2, and there's no incentive for President Xi to do anything ahead of the election.
No. So what you've got is an agreement in principle to buy more American goods, most especially agricultural goods, which helps President Trump in the Farm Belt, but they haven't followed through. So what's the enforcement mechanism there other than bad boys in China, and they are mostly boys, by the way, start buying? What are you going to do?
Well, there is no enforcement mechanism for promising to buy things, just like there aren't for other promises in life. Longer-term issues like intellectual property, opening markets are not going to get talked about with this short a fuse before the election. But it's a great opportunity to say something about the Farm Belt that could help Trump. That also gives Xi power to say no and to interrupt that on air at some point between now and November. I believe Xi would prefer to have Mr. Biden than Mr. Trump in the White House.
So let's talk about any market, and I mean domestic equity market fallout that could occur as a result of these stumbling blocks that are in there. And I note that you say you have been upping your cash levels. I don't know whether it's because of this or other things, but explain.
I was heavy cash ahead of the coronavirus for 19 different reasons I've talked about on air. I was then a big buyer through second quarter, but I've been selling now for the last few weeks, especially NASDAQ stuff, because it's overpriced and because there's head fakes about the recovery. The money that people have gotten is short term. It's made people spend. The mortgage delinquencies are not being recorded by banks, but they will be starting in the fall. And the moratorium on evictions and the like will sooner or later end too. Lenders are starting to tighten credit, and tightening credit, non-price rationing is how credit crisis happens. So I think we've got a difficult fall ahead of us, and I'd rather have cash in order to buy things at half price.
John, great as always to see you. Thank you for your perspectives today. Have a great weekend, sir.
Thank you, Tyler.
Nice to be with you. Let's take a look finally at the markets, which are basically hugging the flat line, Rahel, for the Dow at least, up 4 1/1000ths of a percent. NASDAQ, too, basically flat, and the NASDAQ almost the same.
And Dow basically up almost 2% on the week, about 1.68% here. And the S&P about 0.5%. All right, Talia, thanks for letting me hang out with you guys this week. Thanks for watching Power Lunch. Closing bell starts right now.
Rahel and Tyler, thank you. And welcome, everyone, to Closing Bell. I'm Sarah Eisen here with John Fort in for Wilfred Frost today. Welcome, John. Stop me if you've heard this one before. We are points away from an all-time record high on the S&P 500 as the index continues to bump up against that level. Just dipping into the red there. We're about 33.70. The all-time record close would be 33.86. Let's look at what's driving the action. The rotation is back, reopening trades like airlines, industrials rallying while tech takes a back seat.
What is hitting a record? Retail sales for the month of July, despite the pandemic. That has some retail stocks rallying. Names like Target, Best Buy making new highs today. And delays from Washington, from the trade deal to the stimulus negotiations, some deadlines and expectations being pushed back. We've got 59 minutes left to go in the trading week. S&P 16 points from a record close. Down right now, John, but still higher on the week. Everyone except for the NASDAQ.
Yeah, great to be with you this afternoon, Sarah. We have got a big show coming up to finish out the week. In just a few minutes, we're going to speak with Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari about his push for a strict economic shutdown to combat the coronavirus. And later, as stimulus talks grind to a halt, we'll speak with Congresswoman Maxine Waters about whether there's any compromise to be had. Plus, she'll discuss a new bill encouraging the Fed to use its authority to close the racial wage gap in this country. But now let's focus on the big stories we are watching today. Mike Santoli is tracking the market action.
So we have 58 more minutes till we close.
Yeah, he's coming.
On the broader market.
Yeah, John, I mean, you can call it resilience, you can call it fatigue, you can call it really just a little bit of a standoff here at the record high levels of the S&P 500. Past 4 days have basically kind of touched it or been within shouting distance of it, and we're just hovering there right now. Up 3% or so month to date. That's not bad in a supposedly bad month of August. I like to show a one-year chart right now because, as a reminder, the total return of the S&P 500 on a 12-month basis is over 20% right now. So maybe people feel like, you know, this market's priced a good deal in. But again, nothing has at all disturbed this idea that we're in this uptrend, even if, in fact, the all-time high levels is a pretty decent spot, I think, for bulls to wait and see if it has enough energy to break out above it, and for bears to say, let's make a stand right here. The market's a little bit ahead of itself. So maybe it'll take one of those patented Monday morning pops higher to make a real effort at the high if we don't get it in the next hour or so. Sarah mentioned this rotation going on, this broadening out of the market. I think it's incorrect to call it a rotation into value from growth. It's much more about rotation into cyclical sectors from defensive growth sectors. So IVE is the S&P 500 Value Index. That's basically done this month exactly what the S&P has done, just slightly outperforming it. However, industrials up 8.1%. RCD is the equal weighted consumer discretionary. It basically neutralizes the Amazon effect in that sector. Also up 8%, so therefore pretty bullish on domestic.
So I just got 100 CenturyLink puts, $10 puts. See if they start selling off here. They're 2 cents, so.
I'm wondering, Mike, I look at that S&P 500 chart year to date, and we're right about where we were when things went off the cliff in February. But what has changed? I mean, certainly everything is not the same as far as the S&P goes. It's just the number is not the same.
That's exactly right. The composition of the S&P is vastly different today than it was back then. You have greater concentration in those huge.
Oh fuck! I wish I knew where that guy was.
Mega cap growth stocks. I think that if you look at the overall index, more than a third of it still is down more than 20% from a high. So it's really been kind of rotation from the many into the few, and now the question is, can it broaden back out if in fact we get a little bit of clarity on what the economy's up to and if profits can rebound as much as the forecast might say.
Yeah, banks still 20% from the highs, energy 40% from the highs, utilities 14. Mike, thank you. We'll see you in just a bit. Meantime, the Senate is officially adjourned until after Labor Day, but President Trump still making some stimulus headlines this afternoon.
He's actually on top there. The fucking crane was in my way. He just hopped down. Yeah, he's on you, purple. Ooh, nice. Oh, there's another one on top. They're shooting at me now. He's right there. And here, there's one right on top there. Holy shit. He's pushing me. It's our bounty.
If and when we get a vaccine for the federal government to distribute. Meanwhile, the president, as you say, on the stimulus negotiations, continued to really dump on the Democrats, blaming them for holding everything up. Here's what he says.
Nice, 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 nice. Beautiful. You guys are my saviors.
Direct payments, $3,400 for a family of 4 to all.
I was playing like fucking idiot, but
I am ready to
all worked out in the end.
The
PPP payments to small businesses that have been hurt by the China virus. Democrats are holding this up.
The president there.
All right, we might as well just do that real quick.
There's no indication that, of course, he has the authority to do those without Congress. The president is signaling here he wants some movement in these negotiations, which have completely stalled out. If you ask the Democrats,
don't worry, I got dead silence on. No one can hear us.
Finger pointing going on in Washington. Not a whole lot of negotiating going on in Washington. And speaking of not a whole lot of negotiating, Reuters is now reporting that those trade negotiations that were scheduled for Saturday, tomorrow, here in Washington between the United States and China, those are on hold. Reuters reports. No official confirmation of that.
We got a vehicle too, so we could probably do this too if we wanted.
Phase one talk that was set to happen might not happen as planned.
But also bounty.
No expectation anything is going haywire with the phase one talks. Both sides have an incentive, particularly ahead of the U.S. election in November.
Wait. Trophy. Yeah, we got a trophy on this.
So, Eamon, here's what I don't get. What is the White House's position on stimulus? I'm not sure I understand why they're at odds with the Democrats that want to spend more. President Trump is not a fiscal conservative. I mean, he's added plenty to the debt. Understands that more stimulus equals more economic growth. We've seen that over the last few months. So why aren't they trying to make a deal here with the election approaching?
Well, look, I mean, what Democrats have said is they want about $1 trillion for states and local governments, and what the president tweeted and said again today was he's ready.
I got an armor box if everyone needs it.
So maybe he's signaling here some ability to concede on that. The problem for the president is that there are a lot of Republicans on Capitol Hill in his own party who don't agree with that, who feel that there's already been too much spending, that $1 trillion or more is far too much. Secretary Mnuchin said $1 trillion is a ridiculous number earlier on in this negotiation. Does the president agree with his Treasury Secretary? Does he agree with Senate Republicans on that? It's not entirely clear from what the president's been saying, but he's signaling here at least a willingness
well, that was fast.
To where the Democrats already are.
All right, Eamon. Thank you. We'll see where this one goes, of course. And after the break, Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari is advocating for a strict shutdown to battle the coronavirus. He will join us next to explain why. You are watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
Why is our bounty so fucking far?
hugging the flat line with just about 50 minutes left of trade. Industrials and energy, best performers on the day and the week. A 4 to 6 week lockdown. That is what Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari says the country needs to do to combat the coronavirus. He laid out his thoughts in a New York Times op-ed titled, "Here's How to Crush the Virus Until Vaccines Arrive." And he joins us now in a first on CNBC interview. President Kashkari, great to have you here on Closing Bell.
Thanks for having me. It's good to be with you.
So my biggest question around your plan is, haven't we already tried that? I mean, we did that a few months ago. It devastated the economy, worked a little bit for the virus, but then didn't crush it and numbers kept rising again. Why would we want to do that again?
Well, you're right. We did a partial approach of this in the spring, but we gave up far too soon, and it was not nearly strict enough. You know, we've looked at research that says around 38 or 39% of workers in America are in essential industries, but the shutdowns were very varied. Here in Minnesota, 78% of workers were deemed essential. So it was a very partial shutdown, and then we gave up far too soon. And as a result of it, the virus is now raging almost out of control across the country with 50,000 cases a day. We have this very muted, uneven economic recovery. As you know, college football is being deferred. What kind of recovery is that? When we look at other countries who had much more aggressive shutdowns and then more gradually reopening with the health professionals in the lead, their economies are recovering much more quickly now. So we blew it the first time, and Dr. Osterholm and I are arguing we should do it right this time.
Not sure. Do we really have that second chance where we can do that to our economy? We're already seeing miles-long food lines at some food banks across the country. Small businesses are shutting down. Thousands. I mean, you know, at the Fed, you guys speak to these people. The millions of Americans are unemployed. Wouldn't that cause permanent damage to do that again?
Well, look at the alternative. Unfortunately, where we are right now, we've given up controlling the virus. And so we can have a very rocky, muted economic recovery for the next couple of years until I hope a miraculous vaccine will bail us out of this. Or we could try to take more aggressive temporary measures now so we can have a more robust recovery. Imagine for a moment if we had actually done it right in the spring. Right now, we would have college football. Right now, the school districts across the country would be welcoming their students back into in-person learning again. And we'd have to monitor. You know, you shut down, you don't completely extinguish the virus, but you drive the case count down enough so that the public health officials can contact trace, can test, and can manage any potential flare-ups. We've given up that right now because the virus is raging out of control. I wish there was an easy answer. We've got a bunch of tough choices to make.
In the meantime, we have a lot of economic pain out there, and we don't have a stimulus deal from Washington, as Eamon just reported. No negotiations even happening. What's the impact on our economy of not having another relief bill?
Well, it's profound. I mean, the best thing that has happened in this terrible crisis has been the way that both parties have come together in Congress to provide a lot of assistance to the American people who've been laid off and to businesses who've been directly affected. And they need continuing support until we get through this. You know, by the way, if we don't arrest the virus, and this is going to be burning for the next year or two, people are going to need support for the next year or two. If we were to do an aggressive intervention now, the bridge that they would need would be much shorter, and it would actually be more affordable than having to provide assistance for the next couple of years. But it is very important that Congress continues to provide support, especially to those workers who continue to be unemployed.
Hi, Neil. Speaking of Congress, some House Democrats are proposing expanding the Fed's mandate to include closing racial gaps in jobs, wealth, and income. I wonder, can you see a way that that's practically workable for the Fed? And do you envision any unintended consequences if the mandate were to expand in that way?
Well, we have the dual mandate, which I know you talk about quite a bit, which is both stable prices and maximum employment. And we can think of those things as like a seesaw, that sometimes we're trading them off of each other. I think we'd have to look very carefully at if you did try to use monetary policy, which is a very blunt tool, to close wealth gaps or employment gaps of different races, what would happen on the inflation side of the equation? I mean, one mistake that I've been vocal about for the last 5 years is we raised rates prematurely before we had really achieved maximum or full employment, and that
put a damper on the labor market. Well, I think we're learning from that experience, and we want the labor market to strengthen as much as possible. And that, when the labor market strengthens, it brings everybody in. It really helps everybody to succeed. And so I'm comfortable that we have the tools within our dual mandate. I am cautious about what it would mean for inflation if we change that and just focused on one group or on gaps directly.
Is there a way to study that then, do you think, and provide feedback on that before the request or command comes down one way or the other?
Absolutely. And in fact, at the Minneapolis Fed, we have a research center called the Opportunity Inclusive Growth Institute, whose mission is to study these different gaps. What are the causes of the gaps, and what are the policy levers that could close the gaps? Potentially monetary policy, but certainly fiscal policy probably has a much bigger role to play. We should be studying them. We should bring all of the resources we have to bear, but we need to be cognizant of potential trade-offs.
Let's talk Fed policy for a moment. The Fed is really all in here, zero rates, pumping trillions of dollars in terms of liquidity. What more do you think the Fed should and can be doing if the outlook deteriorates?
Well, I think that, we put in our FOMC policy statement, and all of my colleagues have said this, the path of the virus is going to determine the path of the economy. So the most important thing anybody can do is get our arms around the virus so that we all have confidence to go to football games and to go back into classrooms, et cetera. Until we get there, I'm not sure that there's a lot more for the Fed to do right now. We're providing a lot of liquidity. We're making sure financial markets are functioning. We're making sure that companies can reach the financial markets and raise the money that they need to fund their operations. Once we get the virus under control and it's really time to put everybody back to work and to restart the economy as aggressively as possible, there may be more that the Fed can do. In the interim, there's been talk about our forward guidance and providing stronger commitments that will keep rates low. That may be something that you'll see coming in the future. But I think right now the Fed is in a good place given the actions that we've taken.
One of the actions you've taken, you mentioned, is buying bonds. Why is the Fed buying bonds of Apple and Amazon and Berkshire Hathaway? Aren't there enough buyers, private buyers in the market for those high-quality bonds?
There are, but we don't want to be in the business of saying we're going to buy this company's bonds and not that company's bonds. So we're much better off buying an index so that we're not making political decisions of saying who's a favored company and who's an unfavored company. We do want to make sure that the financial markets and the corporate bond market is functioning so that healthy companies can raise the money that they need. I'll give you an example. In March, when the crisis really was in full swing and people were fleeing and they just wanted cash, you were seeing bond markets starting to dry up. And what we didn't want to have happen, we knew that airline companies and hotel companies were directly affected by the coronavirus, but we didn't want to have other companies whose businesses were fundamentally sound not be able to raise money just because markets were freezing up. So the Fed introduced numerous different liquidity facilities to get these markets functioning again, and we would much rather provide broad-based support than have to say this company's okay, that company's not, and that's why we're buying against these indices.
And Neil, we were just talking about racial wage gaps, and we could have been talking about stimulus also. It seems to me that Congress keeps asking the Fed to do things that Congress and fiscal policy traditionally have gotten done. Do you see any dangers there down the line?
Well, I think we're all keeping our eyes open and want to be very careful to keep the Fed nonpartisan and non-political and focus on the missions that Congress has given us. I will, keep in mind the Federal Reserve was created by Congress in 1913. They gave us our dual mandate, and we have to be responsive to them. I hope that they recognize, and we will certainly continue to advocate that there's a place for monetary policy and problems that monetary policy can address. But there are other problems, that, as you say, that are better addressed by fiscal policy. And I think we'll be vocal about where we see those relative tools playing.
We got a pretty decent retail sales report, at least relative to expectations today, and some good revisions higher. I mean, Q3 is actually looking pretty strong in terms of growth, but then what? What's your forecast for fourth quarter and beyond on GDP?
Well, I'm much more focused on, you're right, there's somewhat of a bounce back from a very low Q2. I'm much more focused on the labor market. That, to me, is a much bigger indicator of where the economy really is and how the American people are really faring. The real, the headline unemployment rate's around 10%. I think the real or effective unemployment rate is close to 14% today. Those are astonishingly high numbers. I mean, yes, they're lower than they were a month ago, but they are still astonishingly high numbers, much worse than even the Great Recession. And that's why I think if we continue on the path that we're on, where you can't have college football and you have distant learning and you have many restaurants running at partial capacities or shut down, the job market recovery is going to be much, much slower, and you're going to see many more businesses go bankrupt because they can't endure. I mean, think about a restaurant that's running at 25% capacity. How long can they do that? Can they do that for the next year or two? It's very hard for me to see how, given how tight their margins are. And that's why more aggressively clamping down on the virus to give us confidence to reopen, I actually think will be better for workers, but also better for businesses.
I mean, you paint a picture of really sluggish growth and a lot of challenges. Why do you think the market is at a record high and has managed to bounce more than 50%?
Curevac is at 52.
Well, I think it's a couple things. One is I think because the Federal Reserve was so much more aggressive in this crisis than it was in 2008 in providing this massive liquidity, we took the risk of a financial system collapse off the table very quickly. And when you take that tail risk off the table, I think that provides a lot of support to markets, and you're seeing a lot of liquidity in the system. And I think that also does, of course, find some of it in its way into asset prices and stock prices and bond prices. So I think that that's partly reflecting that. And I also think markets are saying, well, Congress has come together very aggressively to support the American people. I think markets are betting that Congress will do so again, even though there's been a delay this time. But at the end of the day, I'm going to keep coming back to something that all of my colleagues have said. We have to get control of the virus if we really want the economy to fully recover.
I'm not sure there's a way to do it. I mean, even though you point to other countries, look at what's happening. New Zealand's seeing a flare-up. Germany's seeing a flare-up. Parts of Europe are seeing a flare-up. Until we have a vaccine, it feels like it's going to be with us, shut down or not.
Well, no, but there's a big difference. I mean, a flare-up of a few hundred cases in some of these countries, or 1,000 cases, is totally different than a flare-up of 50,000 cases a day. We've thrown in the towel. Other countries, yeah, if we had 1,000 cases a day, our healthcare system would be able to identify those people. We'd have plenty of testing capacity. It wouldn't take a week to get a test result. You get a test result in a day if that's how low our active cases were. And so it's not that you have to get it to zero. You have to get it low enough so that our healthcare capacity can monitor it and can control it. New York State, after a very rocky start, appears to have been able to do it and is doing it successfully, and many other countries are. I mean, American exceptionalism, are we the only country that's the only advanced nation that's incapable of doing this? I find that hard to believe.
Yeah. It's an interesting idea. Thanks for coming on to talk about it. Neel Kashkari.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate the time. President of the Minneapolis Federal Reserve. Still ahead, another big interview coming your way. We're going to talk to Congresswoman Maxine Waters about the stimulus impasse in Washington and her push for what John was talking about, the Federal Reserve to help close the racial wage gap in corporate America.
It is time now for a CNBC News Update with Frank Holland. Frank.
Good afternoon, John. Here's your CNBC News Update this hour. The U.S. Postal Service is sending out alerts that it may not be able to deliver all mailed-in ballots in time for them to be counted this November. The Washington Post says 46 states and the District of Columbia have received detailed warnings. In New Jersey, Governor Phil Murphy says he's worried the Postal Service is getting turned into a political football, and he dismissed concerns about voter fraud. This is the governor announced voting in the state this November will be done mostly by mail. All active registered voters will be sent a ballot, which can be mailed in or dropped off at county offices or polling places. And Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer announcing 4 million free face coverings will be going to low-income residents, seniors, schools, and homeless shelters. FEMA is supplying 2.5 million of them. Ford Motor is donating the rest. And that's our CNBC News Update for this hour. Back over to you, John.
All right, Frank, thank you. And still ahead, Tesla turning in another huge week, up more than 12% on the back of its stock split announcement. We will speak with an analyst who just upgraded the name. Plus, Congresswoman Maxine Waters joins us to weigh in on the stimulus stalemate in Washington. And as we head to break, here's a check on bonds. Treasury yields mixed today, the 10-year right around 0.7%. We'll be right back.
Watch this spy here. We're at 336. We're at high of the day was what, 337.45. We are below our open. Yep. Where are we looking for now? Oh, we're right at that crucial mark. Yeah. Just 336.
Welcome back. Democrats calling on the Fed to help address economic racial inequality through a new bill called the Federal Reserve Racial and Economic Equity Act. The legislation would make reducing inequality a part of the Fed's mission. It would also require the Fed chair to highlight existing disparities in employment and income, as well as present plans on how the Fed would use its powers to close those gaps. Representative Maxine Waters helped spearhead the bill. She is chair of the House Financial Services Committee, and she joins us now for more. Madam Chairwoman, thanks for being with us.
You're so welcome. I'm delighted to be with you today, and thank you for dealing with this subject.
Very much want to get into that. But before I ask you about the Fed, I got to ask about the stimulus negotiations. Do you have a clear sense of where Republicans stand right now as things appear to be stalled? I'm not sure that congressional Republicans in the White House are yet speaking with a united voice.
Well, there are no negotiations going on at this time. Unfortunately, the Republicans are not willing to spend any more than $1 trillion on the recovery, on this pandemic, following up on the CARES Act that we had. And we came out of the House having supported the HEROES Act, which would spend $3.4 trillion. Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, along with Mr. Schumer from the Senate, both decided that, okay, since you're resisting Republicans, the $3 trillion bill will take $1 trillion off the table, which you've been insisting on. And if you will support $1 trillion and we support $1 trillion, let's see what we can do with $2 trillion to deal with this unemployment and those people who are looking to the government to do something similar to help them that we did in the CARES Act, where we subsidized unemployment with $600 for the unemployed. The Republicans don't want to do that. They're saying maybe $400, but they'll only put up $3, and then the cities and the states or whatever is going to have to match it. We're trying to fund the cities and the states that are running out of money and who may be, laying off employees. And we're not just talking about nurses and doctors. We're talking about janitors, and we're talking about people who put their lives on the line every day to keep this economy going, to keep our cities operating. And so they don't want to support, at least how much we put in the CARES Act for unemployment. They don't want to support the rental assistance. I have $100 billion to support the rental assistance. The president doesn't want to put up any money for that. It goes on and on and on.
Okay.
And so the negotiations are stalled. And the president interfered with the negotiations.
I want to ask, because clearly this COVID pandemic is its own issue. Many people have said we certainly have to spend to get through this, but it's so mind-boggling to me that we're talking in trillions of dollars of spending and just questioning how many trillions. Sometimes it feels, Congresswoman, like it's the Democrats and Republicans are both trying to take the American people out to an all-you-can-eat dinner, but trying to stick different people with the bill. Republicans don't care how much we eat as long as corporations and the rich don't have to pay. Democrats do want the rich to pay more. At some point, do we have to talk about how all of this, even this essential pandemic spending, gets paid for?
Yes, we do have to talk about that. In talking about that, we have to take responsibility for the people of this country who expects their government not to allow them to be evicted and put out on the streets. They expect their government to take responsibility to see that they can feed their families. They expect this government to help them with their health care needs and to deal with a real plan to ensure that we don't exacerbate this infection that we're confronted with. Yeah, there are great expectations from our citizens, and we're hearing from them every day, and it is going to cost money, and we're going to have to pay for it, and we're going to have to do what we do in this country. We're going to have to strengthen the economy so that there are jobs for everybody, jobs for people who have, big backgrounds and a lot of education, jobs of people who perhaps don't have training, don't have, the kind of education. We've got to talk about job creation. We've got to stimulate this economy. We've got to pay our taxes, and we've got to take care of the people of this country and not just consider that the rich can take care of themselves. The 1% can do that. They can have their yachts, they can have their multiple mansions, they can have everything that they want, but we're not going to sit still and allow the least of these to be put out on the street with their children and not to have food on their tables. Yeah, we're going to have to pay for it.
Congressman, I get a lot of your points, but I feel like there's blame on both sides here. Why is there partisan bickering and not compromise happening with millions of Americans unemployed, small businesses shutting down, the pandemic spreading, states going broke? I mean, why is Congress going on vacation? Both sides surely can get together and compromise.
Well, I've never been on vacation from Congress. When I break on the weekends and I come home, I am out my seniors. I'm going to senior citizens' homes. I'm going to churches, and we don't have vacations as people would think about vacation. We're working, and don't forget, we're in election time and all of that. But let me just say this. It is not
All right, we got 23 minutes left.
about what kind of decisions are being made based
Yeah, Spy's coming down.
of the Democrats and or the Republicans. Now, you in the media know this president, and you know him well. He has defined himself. Do you think for 1 minute that
Oh, Curevac. 53.
to do the right thing? They are held hostage by a president who has demonstrated his lack of knowledge about the Constitution, his lack of caring about the least of these, only caring about himself and building a wall as a political response. I would not be able, no matter I or anybody else, in a responsible way to negotiate with the President of the United States who's not capable of
Where's that DCT at? Yeah, I'm glad we stay away from that one.
I think it's in his interest to provide stimulus benefits right now ahead of the election.
Yeah, 20 million volume. What's DCT at?
My follow-up to you would be, I mean, isn't there room on the
Yeah, 11.
side to compromise, given we have seen there's still a ton of work to be done. 40% of the jobs that were lost during the pandemic come back, and the economy doing a little bit better, and the market at a record high. I mean, there's not, it's not as dire as it was a few months ago.
Wall Street is doing fine. Main Street is not doing so well. Wall Street is doing fine. All of your investors, big time people who follow the markets every day and do what they have to do to manipulate their investments, they're doing fine. But let me just tell you this: when you talk about compromise, it is not that we're not willing to compromise. Nancy Pelosi went to the table and basically said, okay, we passed the $3.4 trillion bill out of the House. I'm going to take $1 trillion off the table because you said that you won't support anything but $1 trillion. Will you come to the table with your $1 trillion? We'll come to the table with $1 trillion. Let's negotiate on $2 trillion rather than 3.4. They said no. And then the president interfered and came in with his stupid executive orders talking about, what was going to happen with extending a moratorium on renters that he did not extend, and threw it over to some of our agencies like HUD and DHS and told them to go evaluate it, take a look at that. Meanwhile, the moratorium on evictions is over. Landlords now have 30 days by which to evict people.
Right.
You talk about children going back to school. If they don't have a place to live, they're not going back to school. So take a look at this seriously. When you talk about bickering, what you do is you're using the kind of language that would have people think that nobody cares, that there's nobody that's willing to come to the negotiations and make concessions and compromise. Yes, the Democrats are doing that.
We hear you.
We're doing
we hear you.
We're offering the opportunity for the Republicans to join us instead of only being focused on building a wall and giving the president everything that he needs to do that with.
Now, Congresswoman, we said we wanted to get to the issue of the Fed and the legislation that you and other Democrats are proposing, and we definitely do want to do that. But we were just speaking earlier with Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari about the idea of managing, of the Fed's mandate expanding to, for example, include Black and Latino unemployment. And he seemed to have concerns. I asked him about perhaps unintended consequences if that were to happen. He put forth the idea that the current dual mandate, combined with Congress's powers and fiscal policy, might be enough to address some of those issues. Are you concerned that perhaps if the Fed's mandate expands, things could go in a way that's not intended?
No, let me just say this, that particularly from my committee, we have learned how to work with the feds and Chairman Powell in ways that, sometimes we have suggestions. Sometimes he can offer, responses that basically agree with some of what we're talking about. We've been able to do that as we respond to the pandemic and as he creates new facilities with the feds like the Main Street program, et cetera, et cetera. So we get along very well, and we understand the mandate. We understand that they are about the ability, about the business rather, of monetary policy. We get all of that. But I am inspired, as Elizabeth Warren is inspired, by President Raphael Bostic, who is at the Atlanta Fed, who recently acknowledged that in a very powerful essay that they can do more, that they should be looking at not only their responsibility, their so-called dual mandate, but expanding on the ways that they look at the dual mandate about unemployment. It is not enough to continue to say that black unemployment is, substantially less than white unemployment. What are we going to do about that? We have found out that there is a lot in public policy at all levels of government that have caused systemic racism, that has created problems, that does not allow everybody to participate equally. And so now we're saying, all right, take a look at your mandate and see what you find in there that has limited the ability of poor people, of people of color, to be able to have better employment. What is full employment if not everybody is fully employed? How do you do that? What consideration can you give to the power that you have? We're asking them to do that, and I really don't think that's unreasonable. And I think that when we listened to and we paid attention to that powerful essay of Raphael Bostic out of the Atlanta Fed, it really did inspire us to follow through and ask those kinds of questions. And that's what we're doing with this legislation.
It's an interesting idea. I think we're going to continue to have the conversation. I know Vice President Biden has also put out a proposal like that. For now, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, we're out of time, but thank you for joining us.
Well, you're so welcome, and let's
appreciate it. Lost the feed there. Still ahead, shares of Wyndham Hotels and Resorts have more than doubled from their March lows, but they're still down on the year. We're going to talk to the company's CEO about whether customers are really starting to come back on vacation. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm trying to get these for earnings, but I don't know how that's gonna work out. All right, there we go. So we got the 360 November 20th for 69 cents each on Home Depot. We got 13 minutes.
After this break, we will speak to one analyst who just upgraded Tesla after another monster week for the stock. That's next when we take you inside
We got the SPY selling off right now. Watch for... Oh, never mind. It goes a bounce.
Left in the trading day. We are now in the closing bell market zone. Commercial-free coverage of all the action going into the close. CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli is here to break down these crucial moments of the trading day. And today we've got Keith
pop on Apple
of IQ Capital here as well. Welcome, Keith. We'll kick it off with the broader market. Stocks are lower right now with the Nasdaq underperforming the major averages. All three major averages. Well, it looks like the S&P and the Dow are on track for a positive week. Nasdaq a little bit lower for the week. Dow's only down 54 points right now. Keith, you know, we keep bumping up against this record high. Are we going to see a double top, or are we going to break through it? What's your bet?
You know, I think eventually we will break through it. It's almost like the irresistible force meets the immovable object. You know, this entire week we've been trying to get there, and there's always been a slight little pullback. Traders seem to be, you know, they get skittish there at the end of the day, and they don't want to break through. But that's clearly the mark that everybody's aiming for.
Well, that's a big move from Apple.
Will continue to grind higher. I do believe a deal will get done in some measure, probably not until September since everybody went home. And you just heard Congresswoman Waters there being pretty aggressive with her rhetoric about getting a deal done. But again, I think, you know, the market will continue to go there. I live by the axiom, you know, capital goes where capital gets rewarded, and that's the equity markets right now.
Yeah, Mike, the Congresswoman was kind of sparing no fire in her take on what the other side could bring to the table, but the market seemed to be shrugging that sort of thing off. What do you think moves the market beyond this week?
Yeah, John, it is. And I think the market, first of all, this week has mostly been engaged in just kind of digesting a 5% one-month move. I think people, you know, yes, we ran right up to the all-time highs, but it also came on this sprint that came above the June-July levels. I think what moves it from here on out, the market's now craving confirmation that this general global recovery theme is reliable. In other words, something that the market's not wrong in moving in this direction of more cyclicals. I think that vaccine news is, I think, pretty much assumed to be in the positive column. In other words, it's within this window of a few months out. So I don't think it's about that. It is much more about, I think, traders trying to figure out if, in fact, this return to the all-time high is fully reflected in the numbers. Also, the big tech stocks have flatlined, but they've not really pulled back very much. So in some sense, you could say the market's absorbing another wave of, I guess, just sort of calming down of the big growth stocks as well.
Yeah. All right, Mike. And meanwhile, Fortnite maker Epic Games' fight against Apple is becoming a clash of the titans. Facebook has now joined the cascade of companies pressuring Apple to change its 30% cut of revenue it collects from businesses for many transactions on the App Store. Facebook just announced that it is launching paid online events for small businesses to charge users to attend their classes, instructions, and other events like yoga or a cooking class. But here's the key issue. Facebook says it asked Apple to either waive its 30% cut or let Facebook go around it and process event payments via Facebook Pay. In either case, letting event hosts keep all the revenue that they generate. Apple said no. Google did agree to eliminate their commission. Well, Tesla also has been on a tear lately, up almost 300% this year, and bears on Wall Street are taking notice. Morgan Stanley and Bank of America, two firms that have been historically cautious on Tesla, both upgraded the stock from underperform to neutral this week. And joining us now is the analyst behind
Tesla.
John, good afternoon.
Hey, John, thanks for having me.
Okay, so this has got to be tough. You were underperform on Tesla, and it has performed. But the upgrade to neutral, I mean, one could argue, I guess, that from here it's likely to underperform. But why do you just go to neutral?
Well, John, certainly I've been doing this for 22 years, and this is certainly one of the odder and tougher stock calls we've had. You know, I think when you see a stock rocket like this, you kind of have to take a step back and ask what's going on fundamentally, at the company and the market's perception of it. And when you look at something like this is a growth story, and this is a growth story that's going to require a lot of capital. And the more capital that's available at a lower cost, the more this growth story can accelerate. And that's really what we're looking at right now. is the potential for this company to leverage this stock price and really accelerate growth over the next 5 years. And
That's a nice rebound from the SPY.
On the upside
Still going.
and growth in the company.
It seems, though, John, like almost nobody is literally neutral on Tesla. Either you feel strongly one way or the other about it. Has your fundamental take on Tesla changed?
Can Curevac hit 55? 12 cents? 25 cents?
And it's much better expected. When you look at what they're doing in Shanghai, Berlin, Austin, Texas, and the expansion of capacity is beginning and coming. Looks like it's going to be very real here in the near term.
Apple ripping.
The ability to execute on that, learn how to put that in place, is changing. Seems like it's more real, and you're going to need a lot of capital to do that in the future. And once again, coming back to the stock price to fund this, that is changing our fundamental view. I mean, if the stock went back to 500, they have a lot less, capital available to them, and it would be at a higher cost, and that would stunt growth going forward from a capital raise standpoint. So, there is execution and there is, capital available, and those are two things that are admittedly changing fundamentally here.
So you've talked a little bit about why you changed your mind. Talk us through the new price target, $1,750. How do you get at that kind of valuation when before you were at 800?
So, simply it's 8.5 times EV to sales, a bit of a premium to some of that, the high flyer FANG stock. So not an auto stock valuation, whatsoever. Sarah, I think as you look at this and, we run our scenario analysis and at the 1750, the company could potentially raise $36 billion in one, fell swoop here, 10%, of the current market cap, or maybe do that in sort of increments over the next 5 years. That would allow them, to accelerate growth from roughly 20% on units and earnings over the next 5 years to something in the 50% range, plus or minus. So that acceleration in growth starts to justify these much higher multiples, particularly also if you look at a DCF and a tripling of that ultimate free cash flow that we're forecasting in our base case scenario right now from $5 billion to maybe as much as $15 billion by 2025.
We have 2 minutes and 35 seconds till close.
Or a little bit above that at 1750 as we're estimating, starts to look somewhat reasonable. Now, the company needs to execute once on these capital raises and two on these capacity expansions to really keep this story going and keep us in the neutral camp.
Got it. John Murphy, thanks for joining us with the call. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having us. Thanks.
Let's hit DraftKings. That stock is falling today as losses widen at the company. Contessa Brewer has been following it. Contessa.
Hi, Sarah. Even though DraftKings provided stronger than expected guidance and reported revenue increases year on year, shares plummeted today. On the earnings call, an analyst asked about a proposed change in the way daily fantasy sports are taxed, projecting as much as $30 million hit for DraftKings. But CEO Jason Robbins said, look, the IRS rationale is flawed and that courts and state legislatures have already decided this issue. Meanwhile, DraftKings has already written off college sports, at least in its forward guidance, and is dependent on professional sports, especially the NFL, proceeding as scheduled. But he said on the call, in July and August, they're seeing a strong uptick in users here. Sarah?
Contessa, thank you. Stock down 6%. Keith Bliss, it had been a high flyer, but is running into some of the risks Contessa laid out and all the headlines around whether sports continue. We talked to the CEO earlier. He mentioned the NFL is going to be really important, and he was hopeful that they're going to be able to figure it out. What do you do with the stock?
Well, I think I just sit on the stock right now.
So we have 1 more minute till close. 1 more minute till close.
At the college level as well as the professional level someday. It's really going to depend on how much dry powder they have on their balance sheet and then kind of whether they're dipping this business. I would to make the tax story here, though.
Curevac's 55.5.
In the Senate after November elections, because listen, you look at the financial situation in states across the country as well as at the federal level, and it's not good. So legislators are looking for every dollar of revenue they can get, and if DraftKings has that, they'll change the law to get it.
Yeah, that's been part of the bull thesis.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. Oh, can we hit 56? We did. We hit 56. That's crazy. 9. 5 seconds. Ding 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 ding. All right, market is closed. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. It really means a lot. I hope you all learned something new. You all have a wonderful Friday. It's not about how much money you make, but how much money you keep. Ooh, Tesla is going down. That's a huge candle. Oh my gosh. Oh, never mind. We back up. But yeah, make sure you